I'd like to welcome everybody out to the Utah Wildlife Board meeting on June 3rd, 2021. We have a lot of people here today, and I appreciate everybody's attendance at this meeting. At this time, I'm going to call the roll for the Wildlife Board. I'm going to start with Wade Heaton.
Yes.
Brett Selman.
Yes.
Carl Hurst.
Yes.
Donnie Hunter. I know you're here, Donnie. I can see you. Just unmute.
Sorry about that. Yes.
Randy Dirth.
Yes.
Kevin Albrecht.
Yes.
I'm also going to call the roll for our rack chairs that are here this morning. I'm going to start with Tricia Hedin.
Yes.
Brett Prevadel.
Yes.
Braden Richmond.
Yes.
Brock McMillan.
Yes.
And Justin Oliver.
Yes.
We have a full board and a full rack chair present this morning. At this time, ask for approval of the agenda and the approval of the minutes if you'd like to double up on those. Anybody like to make a motion to approve today's agenda?
Yeah, Chairman, I'd make a motion that we approve those minutes and agenda.
Thanks, Donnie. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Approval of the minutes. They want to make a motion on that?
I think he had mentioned both the minutes and the
Both,
agenda.
okay, yeah, excuse me. This is my first time I've done this, so I'm just a little bit nervous this morning. Kevin, anything on the old action log you'd like to discuss this morning, or?
Yeah. Do we want to call for a vote on the minutes? We got a motion and a second. I would vote yes.
Yeah, call for a vote. Okay, I'm really slipping up this morning, so. I'll start out with you, Kevin.
Yes.
Randy Dirth.
Yes.
Donnie Hunter.
Yes.
Carl Hurst.
Yes.
Wade Heaton.
Yes.
And Brett Selman. That's what happens when you're in these strange surroundings. You know, I haven't been there to the office for a long time, so. Now, Kevin, do you want to do anything on the action log?
Yeah. So I don't have anything for today. Just to note, I have had some discussions with the division. We had an action log item on technology, and I know that they've been working on this hard, getting it prepared, and it will be forthcoming. So I know that they've been doing a good job getting that ready to get some information for us. So.
Thanks, Kevin. Any questions for Kevin from the board? Director Reynolds, would you like to give us an update on the division, where we're at?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, board members, and Regional Advisory Council chairs. From our administrative section, services section, our Antlerless application, as you're aware, is open now, May 27th until June 17th. We also have a free fishing day coming up on June 12th. From our aquatic section, as you are aware, we've enacted 10 emergency regulation changes, principally along the Sevier River system. We've also adjusted our fish stocking schedules as well from drought-prone waters to more drought-resistant waters. We will continue to monitor that situation throughout the summer. And if we need to make additional adjustments to either fishing regulations or our fish stocking schedule, we'll keep the board apprised and continue to move forward in that fashion. From our conservation outreach section, beginning this month, the Eccles Wildlife Education Center will be back on its regular pre-COVID operating schedule. The Cache Valley Public Shooting Range is already operating back on its pre-COVID schedule, and our Lee K Center will be back on its pre-COVID schedule, operating by the middle of this month, by mid-month. From our habitat section, drought is a predominant factor throughout the state. Many of our guzzlers, particularly in the West Desert, are dry or fast approaching being dry. Our staff are hauling water to guzzlers, doing what we can to get water distributed to the places that are most urgently needed. We're also looking at implementing fire closures on our wildlife management areas, which will include campfires, fireworks, and target shooting. Most of our wildlife management areas are in low elevation areas. They're extremely dry, and any efforts and things that we can do to protect the habitat and protect these critical areas, they're principally big game winter range areas. We need to be as proactive as we can to protect those areas as much as possible. So those closures will be enacted before the next weekend. From our law enforcement section, our applicants for conservation officers have closed. We're going through the process of evaluating those. So we'll have a new batch of conservation officers starting for post in October. K9 Cooper, who and his handler, Officer Brimhall, have attended the Wildlife K9 School in Indiana. They graduated successfully. This now gives us 5 K9 units, one for each region of the state. We're very pleased to see this. They've been an integral part of our law enforcement and have been extremely successful and helpful in many of the cases that we've been able to successfully pursue. From our wildlife section, we're trapping newborn fawns and elk calves in the Book Cliffs as part of a study with BYU. This year I think is the last year for that data collection, so we'll have some information that we'll be sharing with the board before long on that. We have successfully captured 1,034 big game animals this winter as part of the movement and survival monitoring studies. And I'd like to extend a thanks out there for all the people that have participated and helped us in that effort. Lastly, this is the final board meeting for a couple of our board members, Donnie Hunter and Byron Bateman. I would like to thank both of you for your service. Donnie, you have been on the Wildlife Board since 2015 to 2021. You served on the Southern Region RAC from 1993 to 2001. You were the founding member of the Southern Region RAC. That's something in and of itself. You served on the Wildlife Board Nominating Committee from 1993 to 1997. Donnie has been a long-standing member of Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. He has been a leader in championing wildlife for many years. He spearheaded projects to translocate bighorn sheep, mule deer, wild turkeys, mountain goats, and many other species to provide more hunting opportunities for sportsmen in Utah. Donnie, we commend your service and appreciate everything that you've done for wildlife in this state. Byron, you've been on the Wildlife Board since 2015 to 2021. You served as the chair from 2019 to 2021. You were on the Northern Region RAC from 1993 to 2001, and like Donnie, you were one of the original founding members of the Northern Region RAC up there. You are the co-founder of the Western Hunting and Conservation Expo. You served as president for Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife from 1998 to 2015. You have helped raise millions of dollars in conservation and private funds that have been matched with state and federal dollars for habitat restoration throughout the state. Also for habitat and water development projects, wildlife transplants, wildlife studies, aerial surveys. Your efforts have been tireless in trying to promote wildlife conservation to the benefit of the sportsmen of this state. And I commend both of you for the service that you have provided the state. I would like to invite both of you to attend our awards ceremony in August 25th, if you and your spouses could attend, where we recognize public servants or people that have provided significant benefit or contributions to wildlife, along with many of our employees that we recognize for the outstanding services that they provide. I hope that you will be able to attend that meeting where we can recognize you more appropriately and among your peers as well. With that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Director. And Donnie, thank you for your service through all these years. Just like all the board members that are here today, you've all put in a lot of time and a lot of effort to help our wildlife in the state. And it's an ongoing thing, and it's just proud to be part of this whole process, put it together, how everything works throughout the state. Mr. Chairman, if you're ready, you want to give us our first agenda item is HB 295, Waterfowl Rule Amendments. Do you want to give us the update of the comments that were received?
Sure. We did not receive a lot of comments, at least online. There were 23 comments received. 7 were in agreement with the proposal. There were 16 that were disagreed with the proposal. The major themes that were submitted online, or most of the comments were submitted, were against completely banning the use of guides on waterfowl management areas. There was also comments suggesting that banning hurts Utah businesses and tourism. There were also a couple of comments that waterfowl guiding needs to be regulated and that a permit should be required, and also that only licensed outfitters should be allowed to guide. That's a summary of the online comments that we received, Mr. Chair.
Any questions from the board? Any questions from our rack chairs?
Yes, I have a question. When you mentioned the comments, I'm just curious because the Northern Rack, we received far more than 20. You know, we received over, I believe, 60 comments or more, maybe even more than that, you know, through the form stack. Is that only that went directly to you yourself, or how does that work throughout the state, so we might have a better picture of just how many comments came in throughout the whole state, not just to your office?
Sure. There are a number of comments that are submitted directly to the regional advisory councils. These were the comments that were submitted online to us directly. So obviously there are a number of comments that may have been submitted directly to board members or to RAC members that may or may not have been received to us here. So
I might make a comment there too. You RAC members done a wonderful job. Most of that came to you, and you got everything all hashed out and figured out what we needed to do with what went on there. And we're here now to make the final decision, but you guys done a great job. So thank you.
Any other questions from our rack chairs? I just want to make one point here this morning that Blair Stringham made an offer to present the background on the guide survey and stuff to us this morning. If you would like to, hear that from Blair before we get into this or after that, that's just an option that's out there for the board.
Hi, this is Kevin. I would like to hear that, and I'd add a question to it is, he touched a little bit in his presentation about the biological side of this, that what those refuges provide. And I'd like him to hit on a little more of that also.
Any other board members?
This, Carl, I think it would be beneficial to hear that also.
Nod your heads if you're in agreement.
Yes.
Blair, are you ready to go and do that for us?
Yeah, yep, I'd be happy to. Let me get this shared with all of you and we'll start into it.
All right, thanks, Blair.
Yeah, so I offered to Byron to share this with all of you today, just because we've gotten a lot of questions about it, as far as how we got to this point, just a lot of questions here. So I feel like sharing this with you will probably provide some of that background information and fill in some of the blanks for you, just help the discussion along. So are you guys all seeing that slide that says current situation?
Yes.
Okay, all right, perfect. So So yeah, what brings us here today is House Bill 295. You're probably all aware of it. It passed in the session this last spring. And it required guides to have a permit on our waterfowl management areas before they can participate in any guiding activities. And so our purpose for bringing it forward to this RAC is, or this board meeting, is to basically have that in place before the waterfowl season. The next board meeting we would be doing would be in August. So we felt like doing it now would probably be better than putting it off any longer. That specific bill doesn't protect or prohibit guiding in any way. I mean, basically just says you have to have a permit to guide on waterfowl management areas. And so we are putting this in place basically to just have a process so that guides can register and be able to guide on our properties. A lot of people have been concerned that we're trying to just push this forward through this specific RAC and board process just because there's not that opportunity for the public to comment. That's certainly not the case. I mean, it's just the timeline of getting this in place and getting permits out required us to do it now. So that's why we're here. It's important to know that prior to this point, there were no restrictions on guiding in any way, shape, or form. We've been allowing on our properties. We weren't really discouraging it. We weren't encouraging it either. It's just an activity that had been happening up until this point. So I wanted to give you some background information on the waterfowl hunters we have in the state. We have about 26,000 people that hunt waterfowl based on the last 5-year average. About 96.5% of those people are residents. So by and large, most people hunting here are residents of the state. There is a portion that aren't, about 3.5% of people that come from out of state to hunt. And so we have a survey that we put forward just so we can get some background information on all this. We sent it out in April. We had about 5,500 people participate. And one of the questions on there was asking people their opinion on guiding. And so that specific question, we had about 4,800 people respond. We wanted to compare who responded to that question to the percentage of resident and non-resident hunters, just because a lot of people were concerned that non-resident component wasn't included in the survey. And so in comparing that, the number of people that responded, when you look at residents and non-residents, they're very similar to the overall number of waterfowl hunters we have in the state in those proportions. We felt like it was a pretty good representation of the overall waterfowl community. It's over 20% of the people that hunt waterfowl in the state responded. So we felt like it was a good survey. We also wanted to make sure that everybody who participated in the survey, we could use their results. That presentation that we submitted last month was based upon just a handful of days, just because that was all the analysis we had done at that point. So we went back prior to the start of the Central RAC meeting, took in everybody who had responded to that point, and I'll share that the results of that, everybody, just here in a second. So everybody that had participated up until May 10th, 8 o'clock in the morning, your results will be included in this analysis. And so for the guiding question, it wasn't necessarily just a yes/no question. We gave people 5 options. They began with strongly opposed all the way up to strongly support. So we wanted to see just how passionate people were about this, or if they had softer opinions somewhere in the middle. We wanted to try to capture those as well. The way that shook out is about 46% of people who responded were strongly opposed to guiding. As you move to the right, you have the slightly opposed, which were about 16%, about a quarter of people in the middle. And on the right side, you see the supports for guiding. Slightly supporting was about 7.4%, and the strongly supports were 6.6%. And so the way that we broke these out into basically just a yes/no question was combining the slightly and strongly supported groups. And so the way that showed was about 62.5% were opposed to guiding and 14% were supportive of guiding. We also wanted to look at different users, where they hunt primarily throughout the season, and see if opinions range depending on where you hunted. We looked at people that primarily hunted on waterfowl management areas, federal refuges, the Great Salt Lake, private property, or duck clubs. And what we found is that opinions were pretty much the same across the board, regardless of where you hunted. Still between about 40 to 50% of people were strongly opposed to guiding. And on the right side, the people that were strongly supportive of guiding were, again, about that 7% range. In looking at the non-residents, we wanted to make sure that you guys were aware of just how they feel about guiding. We looked specifically at their responses, and there was more support. About a quarter of non-residents were strongly supportive of guiding. but we still did see about 41% of people were still strongly opposed to guiding, even if they were non-residents. We also wanted to look at user days. And so this basically will give you an idea of just how important waterfowl management areas are for waterfowl hunting in the state. We looked at the total number of user days, and about 56% of those occur specifically on our waterfowl management areas. About 15.5% of those are on private property, 10% on federal refuges, and it goes down from there. The other interesting thing is that 71% of people that hunt waterfowl in the state hunt at least one day on our waterfowl management areas. And so that's huge in terms of people using our properties, and shows the value of the waterfowl management system across the state. You compare that to our other non-waterfowl properties across the state, we probably see less than 3% of the user days occurring on our wildlife management areas, just because people have more options. They have BLM, Forest Service, state lands, all that stuff they can hunt on. When it comes to waterfowl, there's not a lot of options just because there aren't a lot of wetlands. And so they are really critical for waterfowl hunters. We looked at user days and found that about 76% of all user days that occur on our waterfowl management areas happen on 5 different properties. That's Farmington Bay, Ogden Bay, Willard Spur, Public Shooting Grounds, and Harold Crane. They're wildly popular with the public, and they're also where we see most of the guiding occurring. And so that's one of the challenges we've had, is that the highest number of hunters we have hunting on our properties are also in those same areas with the guided hunters as well. I wanted to provide just some background information on what some of the other states are doing. It's kind of all across the board. So as far as states that don't allow guiding, that's Idaho, Washington, and Montana. Also, all the federal refuges across the country don't allow any guiding on them. There are some states that do allow guiding with some exceptions. California allows guiding, but it's such a large portion of money that the guides have to give back to the state that's really not feasible and really isn't happening much in California. Oregon does allow guiding, but they don't allow money transactions to happen on their property. And then Alaska also allows guiding. You have to register with the state. And then there's 2 states in the West that do allow guiding on their properties, and that's Nevada and Wyoming. And so I want to just throw just a few more points out here, just to kind of give you some background on how we landed on this specific recommendation. We've realized that this is going to be a very, very polarizing topic. We knew that before we even started building any kind of recommendation. And so we started by gathering some background information just to get the pulse of the overall desire for any kind of recommendation on guiding. We talked to most of the sportsmen's groups in the states. They unanimously felt like there had to be some kind of restrictions on guiding. So we also talked with our waterfowl managers. They've had a lot of concerns about guiding for quite a few years now. And so they were supportive of doing some kind of restrictions on guiding. And so at that point, where we knew there was some interest in it, we sent a survey out. Those were the results that I just shared with you. We tried to get as many people to respond to that as possible. And we feel like we had a great sample size. And based on that, we felt like about half the people that hunt waterfowl in the state didn't want to see guiding on waterfowl management areas. And so that's where our recommendations stem from. We felt like, as the state wildlife agency, we wanted to do what the majority felt like. And based on their opinions, we felt like not allowing guiding on our properties was the best path forward. Part of the reason why we didn't do a committee prior to this is the timeline, as well as just the fact that we felt like if the majority of people didn't want guiding, it probably wasn't needed to start a conversation at a point of what options we would have for guiding. We felt like people didn't want it, and so we didn't necessarily need a committee. We could just move forward with a recommendation to not allow it. It's also important to remember this is specific to just our waterfowl management areas, and so that takes in about 120,000 acres of the state. It's roughly, 1/4 of 1% of the entire state, and so it's a small area. It's specific to just our properties. Guiding can still occur anywhere else in the state, and it does. There's a lot of guides that lease private property, ag fields, marshes, things like that. So there's still a lot of options for guides to guide in the state. We're just asking them not to do it on our waterfowl management areas. The other thing is we're prepared to issue special use permits. We've had that in place for a long time now. We can definitely accommodate that this year. Part of our recommendation is to allow special use permits for guides to cross our properties to hunt other areas. And if your decision is any other form of how we do those special use permits, we're capable and willing to provide that in any fashion that you guys would want. That's the presentation I have. Kevin, I know you had one other specific question just about the biology aspect of it. I guess specifically, what were you looking for with that? And I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, I'd just like you to maybe talk about, you talked about how small these areas are in comparison to the state, and just maybe during the hunting season, what they provide as a food source, as a resting area, as a migration route, and you know, the wildlife management managers, you know, I think they're trying to provide some food sources and some areas that it's providing for the wildlife, and thought maybe you could talk a little bit about that.
Sure. Yeah, happy to. Yeah, so we've got probably 21 properties across the state that we manage specifically for waterfowl. We put in probably over $1 million every year in money for staff, money for projects, money for maintenance, just to keep those areas high quality areas. We manage them to have infrastructure there that make them really easy and accessible for hunters. We have boat launches, trails, stuff like that, so that people can go to those properties and easily be able to go out and hunt waterfowl. And that's the purpose for even having these properties. We started acquiring property and making these into waterfowl management areas, specifically so hunters had a place to go. With market hunting, clubs are being established. The waterfowl hunters were losing places to go. So we started acquiring these properties so they'd have a place to hunt. And the primary focus of what we do on those properties is to provide food, rest areas, just stuff to attract waterfowl. And they do. Part of the reason why so many people hunt our properties is because of just the overall number of waterfowl that visit these areas. We have great pondweed growth, emergent vegetation, all that stuff that attracts birds. And the hunters can go, they can hunt there. And so they are really important in terms of hunters, for hunters, as well as for birds to stop over here as they move north and south each year.
So a follow-up question. So you talked about maybe some of those most important areas. Is there concern that if they're hunted every single day, where like, you know, most hunters can't do that because they have jobs, but say there's guides and they can bring new clients in every single day, are there concerns that those waterfowl aren't being able to use those food sources, or that they aren't those food sources aren't providing the way that they were intended? Maybe hit on that a little bit.
Yeah, so there's definitely a lot of use on our WMAs, not just from guiding, but from just hunters in general. And so I don't know that we're as concerned about guides, impacting bird behavior and stuff like that. Certainly, if you hunt the same place day after day after day, you begin to burn those spots out. Birds go to other spots. There are a handful of situations where that probably is occurring, but it's not necessarily attributed specifically to guides. It's just hunters out there in general. But we do find that probably the bigger conflict is that a lot of these places are hunted day after day by guides specifically. And so they're not necessarily displacing the birds as much as they are just hunters who would also go to those spots, just because they're good spots to hunt. They're points, they're islands, there's things like that where people want to be able to hunt. And if guides are there every day, it impacts the hunters more than probably the resource.
Thank you.
Blair, this is Carl. One more question. It goes back to one of your first slides that said that House Bill 295 does not protect or prohibit guiding. Can you talk a little bit about that? I guess my read on this bill was a little different than that.
Yeah, I'll hit on it a little bit, and then Greg, I don't know if you want to add anything else. Greg Hansen's on the call as well. He can share some information. The bill itself basically just says if you're guiding on a waterfowl management area, then you have to have a permit. And so it never really defined, you have to provide guiding in a permit system, you have to, prohibit guiding. It basically just says if this activity is going to occur, then a permit is going to be necessary. Greg, is there anything else you'd like to share on that?
No, that's a accurate summary. I guess just in addition, at the very end of 295, there's a savings clause that preserves the division's rights to regulate the uses of their lands under our land use statute and land use rule. And one of those authorities is the ability to regulate or prohibit commercial activity that occurs on a WMA. So when we looked at that's an authority that allows us to regulate or restrict or prohibit commercial guiding on a WMA, and it was specifically preserved by 295. So that's why we felt comfortable making the recommendation we did.
Greg, could I chime in on that? This is Wade. I had a similar question to Carl's. I am just, and maybe let me describe my understanding of it, and then you tell me if that's inaccurate. So basically 295 just really scratched the surface. The only thing it says is that if guiding is allowed, guides will be licensed and there will be a permitting system. It doesn't address anything before or after that. And really, we don't have the authority to change the legislators and this bill, the results of this bill. We don't have the ability to change that back. They're the ultimate authority. We can work around the edges of the very narrow scope that the bill addresses. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's a fair explanation. 295 also incorporated a series of definitions from the Guides and Outfitters Registration Act, and so we are stuck using those definitions. We could definitely fill in ambiguities or gaps if we identified anything like that. But it is accurate that we are stuck with the legislation and implementing the legislation as it's written. And I guess just a reminder, we do have these other tools that were specifically preserved by the bill that fall under our land use regulatory authority.
So then just a quick follow-up. If the decision is to ban guiding on these, it basically negates the entire 295. I mean, there would be nothing to regulate. Is that correct?
Well, our proposal was to implement a permitting system for transporting guides and outfitters that transport hunters across the WMA. So there still would, based on our proposal, there still would be a permitting system. There just would not be a permit available for guiding activity on a WMA itself.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And Wade, you hit exactly. I guess my read was, I'm not sure we were given, and I don't know the legislature's intent on this, were we given the authority to do this? I mean, the way that reads is, guiding's going to happen, or I guess depending on how you look at it, guiding should happen with a permit is the way I read HB 295, not giving us the authority to eliminate that. But maybe my read is different.
The bill specifically prohibits guiding activity on waterfowl management area without an annual permit. That's the language specific from the bill. The very end of that bill then also includes a savings clause that preserves all of the division's authority to regulate uses of their lands. One of those authorities is regulating or prohibiting commercial activity.
And I did not have, even as you read that, it still seems to me that the intent of this legislature was to allow guiding with a permit process, not eliminate guiding. And I guess I still question whether we are following the advice of the legislature or addressing that correctly. Is there anybody that talked to any of the bill sponsors or anything that was more involved than I was on HB 295?
Carl, I know one thing that it specifically says in there, the bill, is that it does preserve the opportunity for non-guided hunters to use waterfowl management areas. And so that's one specific thing that the bill sponsor wanted to make sure was there, is the opportunity for non-guided hunters, but it doesn't preserve the opportunity for essentially guided hunters. And so in conversations we've had with the legislature, that's kind of his take on that as well. I don't know that he has a strong opinion to prohibit or allow guiding, but he did specifically want to make sure that non-guided hunters have the opportunity to use these areas and to hunt and do everything they had previous to this.
Yeah, Carl, if I can weigh in on that as well, Blair is exactly right. I think that the intent was to reinforce the division's authority to regulate it if the board felt like that was necessary to do, and if it were to occur, that there is a permitting process in place that is regulated to some extent. So.
Okay, thank you.
Blair, do we have any idea how many guide services that would be impacted by this?
We don't have a total number. We're aware of, several different guide services that are big guiding businesses. They actively have websites and things like that. And so we can identify who they are. We also know that there's a next tier down of a lot of people that are just doing it on the side, taking out, people as they come across them on Facebook or advertising on KSL, things like that. There's probably at least a dozen people in that lower category we know of. So, my best guess would be probably at least 10 to 15 people that are guiding to some extent on our waterfowl properties. And many of those are also guiding outside of our properties as well. They're taking hunters out on the Great Salt Lake, the sovereign land portion. They lease fields, they have leased marshes. And so it's not necessarily just on our WMAs, but there probably would be 10 or 15 that do use our WMAs to some extent.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Blair from the board?
Yeah, Blair, so it kind of sounds like there's a lot of area where those guides can still work without using our WMAs. Is that what you're kind of getting at? Oh.
Yeah, there's definitely opportunities out there for them. Depending on what species you like to hunt, kind of out west of Ogden Bay is a really popular area with guides later in the season. There's a lot of guides that'll guide for goose hunts all across the state that are on private property for the most part. There's a lot of opportunities to guide. It just kind of depends on the species you're after. So,
sure, appreciate that. My take was on this that we need to have a COR for our guides is what I kind of read into that as I read that law, that we need to allow it, but we need to control it. Anyway, that's my take.
If you had that COR for those guides, how much of this problem would go away if they had jumped through that extra hoop?
So I guess that's a great question. What we're proposing is basically just to have a permit for specifically to guide on our properties. And so it's not a process of licensing guides to be official guides and outfitters for waterfowl. And that wouldn't apply to anywhere else except within our WMAs. And so any kind of process to license guides outside of using our WMAs is not something we would be including here or even recommending.
Blair, could I ask a question? This is Wade. Is it doable? I know you said that you had things queued up so that you could do special use permits or something like that on WMAs. If that's the way this went, are we queued up, and could that same thing apply to non-WMA properties? Could we not ask guides to be licensed? I recognize this is a Doppel issue, but could we not have guides be licensed statewide, waterfowl guides?
It's definitely doable, but it's not something we would regulate. As you mentioned, Doppel is the one that licenses guides and outfitters in the state. And so it's something they could certainly do. We haven't had any conversations with them about trying to initiate anything like that. As specifically, we're just looking for a permit to operate on our property. And that's something that we currently do all the time. If people want to have some kind of special activity on our properties or do research, things like that, then we do issue them a permit to go out and do those activities. So this would be similar to that process. Probably the closest thing we currently do is we issue permits to people to run the river up on the Weber River up in northern Utah. We have a parking area where outfitters will come into there and park and then put their rafts in and float down the river. And so we require them to have a permit basically to cross our property to access those other areas. And that's what this would be doing. In our recommendation, we're allowing guides to get that permit to cross our properties to hunt adjacent properties that aren't owned by the division.
Could I ask one more follow-up, Blair? You had mentioned that guides have opportunities outside WMAs, and I'm somewhat unfamiliar with all of this. We don't have water in southern Utah, and so this is a little new to me. So I've reached out to a lot of waterfowlers and just trying to get more educated on this, and several of them have indicated that the hunters go where the hunting is best. And certainly as this is unregulated as it could possibly be, that's going to be the case. And so it seems like the WMAs, much like private land, it is what is being used first. It's where the majority of the good habitat is, where the majority of the waterfowl is. And that's where everybody's beginning to congregate. And they also indicated that there are some species that are really maybe not only available, but primarily available on WMAs. And the impression I got from some of them is that if we banned guiding on WMAs, it would in effect exclude guiding to a large extent for some species, and certainly the majority of the good guiding. Is that a fair statement in your assessment?
Yeah, if you're talking specifically about swans, I mean, a lot of swan hunting does occur on our properties, but a lot of the other species, Canada goose hunting, like there's hardly any guiding that occurs on our properties for that. And that's almost all largely agricultural fields. And any of the other parts of the state, I mean, the Uinta Basin is probably one of the best places to go for, and a lot of those fields are already tied up by guides. If you're hunting teal, the Great Salt Lake is a great place to go. And again, it's not really on a property. One of the reasons why I guess guides utilize our property so much is not just because of the birds, but because they're easy to access. We have lots of infrastructure. We have boat launches, things like that. And you also don't have to pay to access them. Most of the other places in the state where guides are operating, you have to lease a field or lease a marsh or things like that. And so given that it's free, it naturally just attracts people because it's easy and it's free.
Thanks.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, I'm going to go back to the motion of summaries from our RAC chairs. I'm going to start with Justin Oliver.
Yes, thank you. I hope everyone had an opportunity to watch the Northern Rack. It was where this is primarily in our backyard. It was there was a lot of discussion, a lot of emotion in it as well. And I'll try to do my best to summarize, but hopefully everyone had a chance to watch it. There was first a motion. The first motion was made to reject the division's proposal and to prohibit guiding on, and recommend that division provide permits to guide on WMAs and allow guides to pass through WMAs without a permit. That motion fell for the lack of a second, and then began a lot of discussion. We had some substitute motions and some things, and so it took a minute to weed that out. We came back, and then we had a second motion. Now, I also make it known that Casey Snyder, the sponsor of House Bill 295, is on our rack, and he made the motion that we accept the division's proposal as presented and convene a working group to study guiding on WMAs. And that motion, I think that motion actually failed. On here, that motion failed 7-3. And then we had a second motion or third motion that was to implement a rule for waterfowl guides consistent with the Department of Public Licensing requirements for big game guides, and form a committee that provides, committee to study the issue for next year. That motion passed 7-3 with one abstention. The three who voted against that felt like they based their decision off of the survey that the division put out, where 66% or something wanted not to see guides on WMAs. And so that was their reason for voting against it. And then the one abstention was our Forest Service member, who felt like him representing the Forest Service, that it just wasn't something that they were involved with, and didn't feel like he could represent the Forest Service and vote one way or the other on this particular item. I want to say that I believe everyone on the RAC agreed that something needed to happen. And we were on the Northern RAC, we were trying to find a compromise that would recognize the people that filled out the filled out the survey that the division put out. But if you go back and look at our form stack that we received comments, we had 45 comments on this item, and of the 45, we were about 67% against the proposal, and I think there were like 13 for it, and then quite a few that didn't have an opinion. We also received more than 100 emails, besides that, around that. So this was, in the 6 years that I've been on the RAC, this was bar none the most heated and most popular, or most feedback we've ever received on any item. Within our RAC, I mentioned before that we have the sponsor of House Bill 295 on our RAC, and it was I just hope you watched it. There, a lot of the questions that were just being asked by members of the Wildlife Board were brought up, and so there were a lot of questions, and ultimately, even after our RAC meeting, I had a lot of phone calls from lots of members of the RAC, because it did get heated and some things were said. But I think everyone agreed that there needed to be something done, and to put this meeting, put a group together and try to come up with a plan with all parties involved. The main difference between the two motions, the one that failed, was basically they wanted to ban guides this year and then put the meeting together. And the one that wanted to continue guiding for this year, put the meeting together and try to get it fixed for next year. So I hope that's a good summary of how our meeting went on this particular item. Thank you.
Thanks, Justin. Any questions for Justin? Brock McMillan, we'll go to you.
Thanks, Byron. So as with the other RACs, we had a lengthy discussion on this item, and I want to convey that we love the public process, and the public came out in force en masse on this topic. Every one of our RAC members received over 100 personal contacts regarding this motion, and then we had a lengthy discussion, and it came down to a couple points, and that was the survey results aren't surprising. Most do-it-yourself hunters don't want guiding on the area where they hunt, and that's for sure. But the guides are not the ones that are hunting. It's public hunters that are hunting, and they've hired somebody to take them out there. So we were kind of against one type of public hunter being discriminated against in favor of another type of public hunter. And because of that, we made a motion to not approve the division's recommendation to ban guides on WMAs, and suggested implementing a working group or committee to develop a guiding plan on WMAs. And that motion passed unanimously in our RAC. And then we had a motion to accept the balance of the division's recommendations, and that motion also passed unanimously. And that's it.
Thanks, Brock. Braden Richmond?
Yeah, if I can, just a couple of comments before I share the motion, similar to the other two RAC chairs. this was an interesting rack, especially in the southern region where this really is an area, and primarily up in the northern area. Having said that, I was surprised to hear how many people in the southern region utilize those WMAs up there and are invested in them. Also in our rack, similar to what Justin said, I've never been involved in a rack with as many emails, phone calls, discussions. The amount of phone calls I received and took, and correspondence, and even after the rack was over, additional emails and correspondence. Obviously a very heated topic and a lot of concern for the decision on this one. And that was interesting to me, being in the southern rack where we're 5 hours from these WMAs. So with that said, the motion after a lot of working and a lot of discussion was that we table the discussion until a working group can be formed to make a recommendation on guiding on the WMAs, and the division issue guiding permits under current rules for the 2021 season. And that passed 9-1. And a 1 abstention, if I believe, felt like that we had the public input at that point due to the survey that the division put out, and that was the reason for the opposing vote.
Thanks, Braden. Trish?
So yeah, similar to the other racks, we had a really great discussion. I want to thank Blair. I think he did an excellent job on the survey and the presentation and being able to answer all the questions. One of the other things that stood out to me were just how much the rack members had interacted with the public. As mentioned, that they just stated that they had a lot of interaction. People were coming to them, making a lot of comments. I also felt that it was one of the few times that all of the different stakeholders were represented. So that being said, I think sportsmen and women were really fairly represented, the agencies, non-consumptive, and our elected officials. I mean, I think that really came to play in this rack. That being said, we had a couple motions. The first was a motion to create a special permitting process for guides in the 2021-22 waterfowl season, and the division would create a committee for regulations moving forward. That failed 6-3, and I want to state that those that voted against it made it really clear that they were supporting the public sentiment. One of the comments made that the survey was statistically significant. And that being said, I want to reiterate those numbers. In opposition, 62.5%. Neutral, it's 23.44%. And those, in favor, 14%, which is a fairly small amount. So that being said, we had another motion made, and this motion passed 7-2. That we support the division's recommendation as presented. There's two things that I think were pertinent in that. One, our elected official, Commissioner Lynn Sitterud, stated very adamantly, he said, I might not agree with this decision, but as an elected official, I am, I have to represent my constituents. And the constituents made a statement, a very strong statement. And I really think that was, to me, really was a very, very impactful. The other was that Kent Johnson, who was the second on the first motion to allow guiding, and Kent is also a big game guide, then jumped ship and he voted for this motion. And I thought that was really significant. So that was it. Any questions? Or Kevin, did you want to add anything to that?
No, I covered that well. Thanks.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Tricia. Brett Prevadell.
Yes, the Northeast rack followed suit of most of the other racks, and after some discussion, they felt that the division had done a good job, and we had the data to make a decision. But then they did make a motion that passed 5-1 to approve the waterfowl amendments as presented, excluding the prohibition of guiding on WMAs for this year only. and to form a working group to review the guiding issue prior to next year. And what was driving that is the concern that at this point of the year, the clients had already booked, and it was kind of some discussion about the business side of it, the implications it would have at this date. The one opposition to the motion that passed was opposed to guiding and felt we had the data to just prohibit it. That's how the Northeast RAC went.
Thank you. All right, we'll go back to the board for any further discussion on this item and clarification of any of the information. Board members, is there anything additional you want to discuss?
Braden, could you restate the Southern RAC? I wrote notes and now I can't on where you guys ended up.
So just to summarize, we asked that there'd be a working group, and this year we would issue permits or CORs, whatever that would look like, to allow the guiding. But the exact motion was to table the discussion until a working group can be formed to make a recommendation on guiding on the WMAs and the division issued guiding permits under the current rules for the 2021 season. And that passed 9-1.
Thank you.
Any other questions or clarification? Who wants to jump in and tackle this with the motion? Wade, there you go.
Well, I'm not ready for a motion, but I do want to just share some ideas, maybe a little bit of discussion. So I guess here's my concern. There's an issue here. It's been described pretty well. Like in most cases, it feels to me like there's a few bad apples that are setting the tone and ruining it for everyone, like with most other things. And because of that, I really struggle with an all-out ban, or with anything, not just this. I really struggle with bans. I think it's too heavy-handed. I would absolutely love to land on the side of let's regulate this. Let's solve the problem. Let's just not throw a brick through the window because the window's dirty. Let's solve the problem. And I think we can do that through regulation. I really do. I think there's some suggestions were given to me that I felt like were solutions to the problem, or at least a start down that road. I love the idea of putting these working groups together, people that have their boots on the ground, that understand this a little better, getting involved, coming up with good solutions. And let me just share a couple of those, maybe some conditions or just some thoughts that we could float. I love the idea of letting everyone be licensed. I think it's ridiculous that it's a free-for-all out there. I think they should be licensed, and I recognize we're not Doppel, but I would love to think that we could help start that process. I think anybody that's guiding or using public lands, number one, needs to have a license, a mandatory license. Number two, needs to have an SRP. I really think we can require special use permits and then gain information from that. How many trips, how many hunters, how many birds, where did you hunt? You know, what WMAs, maybe even what blinds, just so that we can get a more accurate picture of this. And then we can start down the road of actually solving the problem. I mean, the public's weighed in on this, and you know, there's a lot of input all across the board. Another suggestion was, if we want to preserve some of that hunting for the non-guided public, what if we just eliminated guiding on Saturdays and Sundays? You know, just I think there's some middle ground on this. I really struggle with an all-out ban.
Any other board members want to comment? I think the one thing we did here, you mentioned that, Wade, is that people want to form these working groups, give everybody a chance to work out, come up to a solution It's not going to please everybody, but it gives everybody a chance to get together and, come up with what's best for the wildlife that we're talking about on these WMAs, because, we have world-class, waterfowl hunting in the state of Utah, and we want to maintain that. We want to maintain, hunting for both sides, guided and unguided. So that's just my comments on the working groups. I think that's definitely something we need to make a part of this motion when it does happen.
Chairman, this is Carl. A question for Greg and Blair. I mean, we have to live with House Bill 295 right now. So punting this question down a year, is that even in our authority? Because it says if there's guiding, we'll have the permits. So I guess I have a question of, can we push this another year?
Blair, you want me to take a first crack at that, and then I'll let you fill in after that. So if the decision is to form a working group and then implement some type of interim special use permit process for this season, it would be done under the authority of our land use statute and land use rule, R65728. The special use permit would be a commercial use special use permit, and we would use the expectations and requirements that are already in that rule to handle applications and issue permits for guides this year. That special use permit would satisfy the annual permit requirement in HB 295, and that would give the working group the time it needs to formulate new rule language that we'd likely put in our waterfowl rule. Blair, I might defer to you if you have any other items, but I'd also be happy to take any other questions.
Yeah, in terms of a committee, we could certainly put one together and probably come back to the board next summer with something if that's what you wanted to do.
So this is Kevin. One of the things that I've noticed through this process was that in normal RAC meetings, having served on the RAC and as RAC chair, and then later on the wildlife board, much of our public feedback skips the RACs and bombards the wildlife board. And as Justin stated, and Brock and also Braden, I think that this process was awesome in that the RACs were very much utilized, and that the RACs did get it right, and they did hear the public. And I felt like I was really pleased at how the process went through the RACs. The RACs heard them and brought that to the board. And I feel like so much more of that public input went through the RAC than bypassing it and coming to the wildlife board. And I was very appreciative of that. And so I want to express to the RAC chairs our appreciation of you guys hearing that word, taking all of that input, making votes and sending it to us. And I think that information that got to us primarily all come through the RAC process and not bypassing it this time. And so I just wanted to bring that up because I think that's how the process should happen. Many times people try to bypass it, and I don't think that happened this time. So just wanted to tell the RAC chairman thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Anybody else?
Yeah, this is Randy. I really like how the Northern Unit region came out with basically great discussion here, but to come out and accept the presentation as it was presented, but have a convenient working group to study it and come back with some suggestions to make it even better. I'm like Wade. I don't like the all-out ban. I think there's a better way to do it with some kind of a better regulation that we can do. So I guess I'm kind of in that corner right now.
Thanks, Randy. Ask one more time. Any other questions? Comments?
Chairman, this is Carl. I guess I understood the Northern RAC differently than Randy because I believe they rejected the DWR's proposal?
Maybe I can answer that. So I actually failed to, on our final motion, so we actually, so the motion was made to, let me just read it so I can go word for word, sorry. What I failed to say was after that motion was made, there was a second motion to accept the remainder of the presentation as presented. So our final motion that passed is to implement a rule for waterfowl guides consistent with the Department of Public Licensing requirements for big game guides. Inform a committee that studies this issue for next year. That was one that passed, 7-3 with one abstention. And then after that, then there was a motion to accept the remainder of House Bill 295 waterfowl rule amendments as presented. And I failed to share that last time.
Thanks, Justin.
So if I understand, Justin, I mean, that's allowing guides on there. They just want them licensed like all guides. It didn't ban guiding like the DWR's proposal.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. We did not want to ban guiding. The majority said, let's put something together. Definitely, we want to recognize there's an issue there. And so the motion was to put the working group together, try to come up with a solution that we can help those 4,000, nearly 5,000 people that replied to the survey versus all those who went through the RAC process, and try to address the issue without just an all-out ban. And just on another comment, if I may, there are quite a few. We talk about the regulations for guiding and stuff like that, and that came up a lot a lot of the discussion in our Northern RAC was about that, what the type of licensing. We got into Doppel with our outfitters, and so that's why a lot of the motions we wanted to try to put in place waterfowl guides similar to what the big game guiding process was to have their guiding licenses. But on top of that, there's other permits that take place in order for any airboat or any guide that's taken anyone out on his boat. He has to go through the Park Service to get a passenger permit. There is a lot of permits that already are in place that need to happen that are not taking place. I think it was brought up, there was one guide that was trying to do all that, with what we have, what we have right now before, as far as they've gone and taken every permit, everything that they needed to do, they have done at this point, and that was going through the Park Service, getting that passenger permit. There are a lot of different types of permits that needed to happen even now that aren't taking place, and that is part of the problem. And maybe Blair can correct if I said something wrong on that.
Thanks, Justin.
Yeah, just I guess one thing just to clarify. I mean, there isn't anything required right now to be a waterfowl guide in the state, and this still wouldn't basically create any kind of a licensing system for guides. I mean, it would just be criteria that we'd have to adhere to guide on our properties, but it wouldn't address any kind of official license for you to be a waterfowl guide. Just to clarify.
But for them to put a passenger in their boat legally in Utah, they have to have a passenger permit, correct? That's something that was supposed to, through the Park Service, the Utah State Park Service, anytime that a commercial or a guiding puts a person in their boat in any way, a fishing guide or anyone, they're supposed to have a permit to do that as well. Is that correct? And maybe Director Reynolds might know the answer to that as well.
Greg, I'll let you answer that.
Yeah, so the Utah State Parks Division has a passenger for hire requirement anytime that an individual is hired to be a boat captain. My understanding is that originates from Coast Guard regulations, and it was one of the requirements that we'd put in our rule proposal that's before the board today. It'd likely be one of the conditions that we'd consider as part of a special use permit process if we go down the working group direction as well. So I guess, Justin, you're spot on that there are some additional expectations. And I guess what Blair is getting at is that the special use permit concept is specific to using DWR properties, and there wouldn't be any type of statewide licensure process. That's not required under 295, nor would we have the authority to do that.
Thanks, Greg. At this time, unless there's any more discussion, we'll call for a motion on this item.
This is Randy. I'll go ahead and make a stab at it. I'll make a motion that we approve the division's presentation as presented, with the caveat that we do form a working group to get together and bring us back some additional information and possible changes next summer.
Thanks, Randy. Do I have a second?
So I've got a question on that. They kind of go against each other, because one is a ban and one is with the working group. Can we do the two together?
I guess it's a philosophical question. Do we start with a ban and back off and allow, or do we allow and then restrict? So I think it's I guess the dilemma of process is where I've got an issue here.
So I'd ask the question to Blair. Blair, if we were gonna form a working group, would it be better to hold off on passing the ban and form a working group and then come back and make a decision on that next year? Or is it okay to go ahead and pass that with the caveat we will have a working group?
I guess whatever you guys' prerogative would be, we can certainly just not issue permits this year and do it next year, or we can issue permits this year and come back with some more defined criteria next year. So either scenario, I guess, is something we can live with and implement.
Blair or Greg, did the legislature give us a timeline on this? I mean, do we have the prerogative to not issue permits this year?
Go ahead, Greg.
Sure. So 295 doesn't have any quote unquote deadlines. It does require the division to report back to the Natural Resources Interim Committee. I believe that meets each fall with any new rules or rule changes implementing the provisions of 295. So I would anticipate that we would be reporting on our progress this fall and probably next fall as well if there are subsequent changes.
Mr. Chairman, I know we've got a motion on the table. My prerogative would be that we don't institute the ban this year, that we apply the permitting process, that we start the working groups and continue things as is until we've got a clear path forward.
Well, wait, I appreciate that, but we have a motion before us. And before we go to that, we don't have a second. I'll call for a second on Randy's motion to approve the DWR as presented and then form a working group. After that, do I have a second? Hearing none, the motion fails. I'll go back. We're open for any motions. Wade, is that a motion you want to make now?
I feel like Carl had a better motion than I did.
All right, Carl, you want to make a motion?
Thanks. One question ahead of time. What if we go the COR route and have these people apply, what would be the criteria for approval of those? Do we have that set up? How extensive is that? Is there somebody that can answer that for me?
Greg, can you answer that for us, please?
Yes, I can give it an initial stab as I try and pull the rule up here, but it is, there are criteria set out in our 65728 for application and approval of commercial use, special use permits on division lands. Just in general, the things that we typically look for are any type of commercial liability insurance. This passenger for hire requirement would probably be something that we would consider. There is an application fee associated with it. And then usually we consult with regional biologists to ensure that those types of commercial uses don't interfere with other public uses of the WMA, and HB 295 requires that. So, as far as particulars beyond that, I think we'd need to kind of put our heads together. This was not the division's initial proposal. So a lot of those details, I think, we'd be looking specific to the rule criteria already in place in our 65728.
Carl, could I ask a follow-up question to yours?
Yeah.
So Greg, do we have the latitude to add? I mean, I recognize this. I mean, it's starting to feel like a conditional use permit a little bit, but can we add conditions on it? Can we require data? Can we require trip reports, where they hunted, when they hunted, how many hunters, can we require things like that?
So again, I'll try and pull the rule section up here. It is a long rule, but there are some kind of general catch-all categories. Reporting would definitely be something that would be within our purview. We probably need that data in order to be able to ensure that we are balancing those commercial uses with our other public uses. So I don't see any concern with requiring some of that annual reporting. That's a common thing that we look to. That being said, we couldn't add any additional or new criteria that aren't already in our rule. Like we can't come up with a new set of criteria outside of rule without amending our 65728. So we'd be looking to those specific things that are already in our rule. If you just give me 15 seconds, I will pull that rule section up and make sure that I'm not misspeaking. But our land section is very experienced in issuing these special use permits, and I don't see an issue getting that program up and running.
That help, Wade?
Yeah, that did. I think it gives us a little broader reach of where we think we could go with this, so that we could address, maybe fix some of the problems with the actual permitting process.
All right. Chairman, I guess I'm ready to take a stab at this.
Go ahead, Carl.
Okay, my personal thoughts are these guys should be licensed just like any big game guides, and I want these people to have insurance, and I want the division to know how it is. But for this season, the motion that I'll make is that the division establish a COR or a special use permit, whichever we're going to call that process for these guides. Have them register, but we allow it on our WMAs, and we establish a group to study this issue about getting these guys licensed and establishing when they can hunt for next year. But the motion is that we have the guys that are guiding apply for CORs this year.
I'll second it.
Was that Brett Selman? Second?
Yes, sir.
I have a motion and a second. Call for a vote.
I'll ask a quick question. Is that motion clear? And Staci?
And then Staci, I'll make a second motion after this to establish the working committee, because I didn't state that in the motion.
Okay. That would clear it up. Thanks, Carl.
So the motion would be a COR or special use permit for this coming year, Carl?
Yes.
Is that correct, Staci?
Mr. Chair, this is Greg Hansen. Just real quick, the permit that would be issued is a special use permit, not a certificate of registration. Our land use rule specifically calls out for special use permits, just to make sure that motion is clear.
Okay. I'll add that to the motion that waterfowl guides that guide on WMAs in Utah would need to apply for a special use permit.
Get that, Staci? Any other questions on the motion? Call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl? Yes?
Yes.
Wade Heaton?
Yes.
Brett Salmon?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
And I'll
Thanks,
make
Blair,
another
and
motion
everybody.
that we establish a working committee to establish criteria for licensing waterfowl guides in Utah.
I'll second that.
Did you get that, Staci? The motion to form a working group for guides.
Carl, can I clarify something real quick? Was that for guiding in Utah or just specific to WMAs?
I felt like I needed to clarify that also. I am going to say the state of Utah. I think that if we're taking people out there, we're riding in these boats, they should be licensed like any other big game, any other guide in our state.
All right, thank you, Carl. I guess one quick question, Greg, is that something we have the ability to do, or is that something that falls within DOPL?
So currently the Guides and Outfitters Registration Act only applies to big game, bear and cougar. And so, well, I don't see any issue forming a working group to discuss the issue. Statewide application would likely require a statute change. The application of that specific to our WMAs is what 295 was all about. So if it's just limited to our WMAs, we're within our purview, but the working group could definitely discuss other options beyond our WMAs. I don't see any issue with that.
Greg, who did?
Honestly, I don't know where this working group might go, but I think they need to look at both issues.
Where do our fishing guides fall under? Are they DOPL?
No, they are not regulated under the Guides and Outfitters Registration Act either. There might be, local, business registration requirements, but not specific to the guiding activity, just them being an LLC or incorporated business.
Okay, thank you.
Carl, do you want to clarify your motion?
We establish a working group. Now I don't want to muddy the water to include fishing. So I'm just going to say a working group to establish guiding rules and regulations and licensing waterfowl guides in the state of Utah.
Got it, Staci? We have a motion. Do I have a second to Carl's motion?
Yep, I'll still second that, Byron.
Thanks, Wade. Any more questions on that motion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht,
Yes.
Randy Dirth,
Yes.
Donnie Hunter,
Yes.
Carl,
Yes.
Wade Heaton,
Yes.
Brett Selman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Thank you. That takes us down to item number 6 on our agenda, R657.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, we're going to need a motion to accept the remainder on that item.
On the remainder.
Also make the motion that we accept the remainder.
I'll second that.
A motion and a second. I'll call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht,
Yes.
Randy Dirth,
Yes.
Donnie Hunter,
Yes.
Carl Hurst,
Yes.
Wade Heaton,
Yes.
Brett Selman.
Yes.
Okay, we're on R657-39, electronic meetings rule amendments. Kyle Maynard, Assistant Attorney General, you're up.
Morning. So
Good morning, Kyle.
we put together a rule change as we start to come out of restrictions from the coronavirus pandemic. The goal of these rule changes are broad in scope and meant to provide the most amount of flexibility to comply with the Open and Public Meetings Act. So there's really just 2 substantial edits. One is adding the anchor location possibility for the regional advisory councils that already existed for the boards, for the wildlife board itself. The second edit was to add to the notice provision that we specify a location for electronic comments. That provision is not meant to restrict in-person participation, but to increase participation for anyone who can attend in person. The actual hybrid format is, I think, on this agenda, but the division has been developing that, and it's largely distinct from these rule edits.
Thanks, Kyle. Any questions for Kyle from the board? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and call for a vote.
Byron, I'd make a motion that we accept the division's recommendations there as presented.
Got a motion from Donnie,
I'll second it.
second from Randy. Call for a vote. Carl Hurst,
Yes.
Wade Heaton,
Yes.
Brett Selman,
Yes.
Donnie Hunter,
Yes.
Randy Dirth,
Yes.
Kevin Albrecht. Motion passes unanimous. That
Mr.
brings us
Chairman,
to item, yes, Staci.
we might also want to note that that motion or that agenda item did go out to all regions, and all 5 RACs also passed it unanimously.
Thank you. Number 7, electronic in-person meeting process update. Informational by Ashley and Staci. Who's going to go first? Staci?
Yes, I'll go ahead and take this one, Mr. Chairman. I'm Staci Coons. I'm the Wildlife Board Coordinator. Hopefully you're looking at my PowerPoint right now.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. It's really weird because I can't see it myself. So I give more credit to all these presenters who do their presentations without actually seeing their PowerPoint. So today I just want to take you through a quick rundown of what this format is going to look like moving forward. We have realized that through COVID that it was an amazing motivator in what we could do with public process and with public meetings. So it's opened the doors in a lot of ways that we just weren't expecting. So it was kind of a pleasant surprise in a lot of things. So if you'll bear with me, I'm going to real quick, if I can get my PowerPoint to move forward, talk real quick about what we're going to be keeping from this process. So the pre-recorded presentations with the electronic comment period, that's been pretty crucial in the past year and a half. And we have found that by putting our pre-recorded presentations out there, it's educating the public, RAC members and board members in a way that we hadn't seen before. We're witnessing it in the comments that we're receiving back. We feel that people are understanding the recommendations a little bit better, and then we're able to have better discussions during the RAC meetings because people are coming prepared. So we want to hold on to that. We're going to keep the pre-recorded presentations. We're going to keep the live stream of all RAC meetings so that you can go and you can watch the other 5 regions if you want. They're all archived on our webpage, so you can go back and view them as many times as you want. We're going to keep that process. We're going to keep the optional electronic meeting participation for wildlife board members, RAC members, and division employees. This will add a lot of flexibility, especially in those regions where getting a quorum can be difficult at some point. Having the ability to have RAC members join electronic is certainly a benefit. We saw that today. I believe Justin Oliver was reporting from the mountainside. So it definitely adds a little bit of more flexibility to what we've got going on here. And then, of course, we're going to continue to post all meeting materials on our website, and we will archive it there for years to come. What we're going to add, just to be real brief, we're going to add anchor locations. You guys just passed the rule authorizing that. So we're going to have in-person anchor locations. Now, public comments and questions will be taken during the meetings at the anchor locations by those who are present. So to sum it up, how people can participate. Interested parties can view the recommendations ahead of time. They can provide electronic comments to the RACs and to the Wildlife Board prior to the meetings taking place. They can also attend the meetings at the anchor locations and provide comments or questions at that time. When are we going to start? We've already moved forward with making the arrangements for July and RAC. We are locating the anchor locations, making sure that we have the tech ability to have this go. And we plan to see all of your faces in person the next time that we do one of these board meetings. So that's our goal. You will notice the one thing that we're not incorporating into the public process at this point is electronic live comment during the meetings from the public. It may be something that we add further down the road, but there's too many unintended consequences in that process right now, and we would like to flush that out a little bit better before we add that. We'd also like to keep the feel of the regional meetings and the in-person feel that we've all been missing over the past year and a half, and we think by keeping the comments and the live in-person questions at the anchor location will help us to do that. So with that, Chairman, that's the way we're going to be looking. So I'm happy to take any questions or comments at this time.
Staci, that sounds great. Put us on that for this meeting. Board
The
members.
wheels of government move slow.
Board members and RAC chairs, congratulations on your new meeting technology like we used to have in person. Any comments for Staci from the board?
I've got one question. Will those anchor locations, will they be like at the same place the RAC meeting is? Just wondering if you can go into a little more detail of what those look like.
So yes, Kevin, it's a good question. When we use the term anchor location, we're really just referring to your physical location of the RAC meeting. We need to find a building that has the tech specs that we need, but in most cases, they'll be the buildings that you're familiar with and that you're already associated with. We're just going to add the little electronic component to it that allows a little bit more flexibility for RAC members, board members, and division employees.
Thank you.
This, Carl, I actually really like the hybrid. I think we kept what we learned for the last year and a half, kept the good stuff, and we're going back to some of the good stuff we had before. So I think it's a good way to do this. So do we need a motion to accept that? That's just information.
No, that's just informational. Yep.
You could make a motion if you wanted to, Carl. You
could, but I'm not going to record it.
I'll just say thank you. So
thanks from all of us, Staci.
You're welcome.
Okay, that takes us down to item 8, conservation permit list, 3-year permits.
All right, can you see that, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Justin.
Let me know if this PowerPoint is working. Let me get it going here. Okay, can you see that?
Yes, sir.
All righty. Give me one moment. It says it's not responding.
We've got your program overview on the screen, Justin.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna start, and hopefully these slides progress through. There we go. Okay, my name is Justin Shannon. I'm the Chief of Wildlife, and today I'm going to present the 2022 to 2024 conservation permits for the board's consideration. So the conservation permit program began with desert bighorn sheep in the 1980s, and these permits are auctioned to raise money for wildlife conservation in Utah. And over the last 20 years or so, we've generated nearly $60 million. And these funds are used to improve habitat and to research, translocate, and monitor wildlife populations throughout the state. Man, I'm stuck. There's more, trust me, and it's good. Okay, so some of the benefits, can you see that slide, management benefits?
Yes, management benefits.
Yeah, so some of the benefits of this program are, some things we want to highlight are the guzzler work that we do, and especially a year like this year where drought is prominent on the landscape. Having water on the landscape for wildlife is going to be vital, and it goes to fund guzzler projects throughout the state. The money from conservation permits also goes for big game captures and transplants, which has been awesome for us to obtain data on survival rates of animals and body condition, movements, and those types of things. Conservation permits revenue also goes for the Wildlife Migration Initiative, helps fund that so we can better understand how wildlife use their environments, and as we grow as a state, that we can grow responsibly and make sure that we have corridors available for wildlife. And then also, it's also foundational for our habitat restoration and reseeding efforts that we have. So the conservation permit process, when we administer this program, we follow R657-41, and there's a subsection in subsection 3, where we allocate permits, conservation permits, based on the public permits that are available. And so in that language, or in that section, if a unit has 0 to 10 public permits, then a conservation permit won't be offered for that area. However, if it has somewhere between 11 and 30 public draw permits, then we'd issue 1 conservation permit. And from 31 to 50, we'd issue 2, so on and so forth, up until we reach the cap of 8 conservation permits per species for a given area. In subsection 7 of R657-41, this is where we determine weapon types for each permit. And so you take deer, for instance, the first permit would be a hunter's choice permit, and so would the second. And then the third permit would be muzzleloader, 4th permit archery, 5th permit any weapon, so on and so forth. And these are different for deer and elk and some of the other species. And that's all highlighted in the hunt tables that were provided in the RAP packet. In addition to that, we bring this process through the Wildlife Board once every 3 years. And so I just want to take a minute and go through it. So at this meeting in the spring, The Wildlife Board will approve the conservation permit list that's presented. And then this summer, conservation organizations will apply either for the first time or to be readmitted into the program by the middle of August. Once we get the conservation organizations in place, we will allocate the permits that are approved today in a draft process to those various conservation organizations. And then we bring all this back to the Wildlife Board for September 30th. So that way the permits are set for the next 3 years for the conservation organizations. And I just wanted to include this slide because we do it so infrequently that board members that have done this in the past, I wanted more to remind you that this is kind of the process that we take. And then those board members that are new over the last 3 years that haven't seen this yet, this is kind of what you can expect from the division and for us to bring back. One thing I wanted to highlight is hunts with the high risk of being discontinued during the 3-year term were not included. And during the last 3-year term, we had a lot of unit cougar permits that went from limited entry to a straight harvest objective. And so that caused a lot of administrative problems, both for us as an agency and the conservation organizations. And it wasn't beneficial to the hunters who had purchased permits and then found out that their unit was now harvest objective and then go buy that permit over the counter. So the only cougar permit that we've issued is a statewide permit moving forward. Also, hunts like management buck deer hunts, where we had to cancel one this last year because of lower buck to doe ratios. Hams hunts, some of the newer hunts, late season muzzleloader on general season units, some of those things we just haven't included. We chose not to include it because of the risk of being discontinued over the 3-year program. This table highlights what we're recommending today. So on the far left, we have the various conservation permit species, all the way from antlerless elk down to turkey. The middle column is the conservation permits that were approved during the last 3-year cycle, either as a 1-year permit or a 3-year permit. And then the far right column is what we're recommending for the 3-year cycle moving forward for 2022 to 2024. And just some takeaways here. You'll see decreases in bull elk and buck deer. And the reason for that is because we've decreased.
Disappeared, Justin.
What's that?
You disappeared. You're back on screen.
Oh, sorry, Byron. What did you hear last?
Just go ahead.
Okay, I'll keep going. So what you'll see is that the bull elk and the buck deer permits, those have declined because the public draw opportunities have declined in both of those species. And also you'll see a decrease in cougar permits like we talked about earlier because of discontinuing the unit cougar permits. But other species like buck pronghorn, black bear, bighorn sheep, bull moose, those have all increased. So what we're recommending to the board today is 318 conservation permits. And that's all I have, so thank you.
Thanks, Justin. Any questions for Justin from the board? Well, you did a good job, Justin. There's no questions. This is a very important program that y'all saw. It makes a lot of money for the wildlife in the state of Utah and does a lot of work, especially with the water work coming up. It's it can be critical from this date forward going till into next winter in November and December. So any questions?
Yeah, I got a comment. Justin, I just want to share appreciation that we've had a lot of discussions about the drought, about some of our units. We did have to cut tags in many of those units, and this is representative of that. You guys went in and looked at that, and I appreciate that you took the insight to look at what those would be on a 3-year average. And so I just tell you thanks for looking at that and making these permits look like what the general permits or the draw permits will look like. So thank you.
Appreciate that, Kevin. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Wade.
I wanted to echo what Kevin said. Absolutely, we appreciate the division being proactive on this. And I agree with what you said, Mr. Chairman. This is a wonderful program. It had some criticism in the past, and so I appreciate Justin, his work and effort on that, because that has been one of the criticisms. But I just applaud the program in and of itself, especially on this drought year. There's been some units where there were water sources this winter that were the only water sources that wildlife had, and they were there in place because of this program. And so I don't think we can understate the value of what's been done with this program this evening.
Thanks, Wade.
Yeah,
Any other comments from the board?
Justin, this is Donnie. I really appreciate what the division's done with this program and the sportsmen. We've all give up a lot, but it gives us the opportunity to hunt a lot of these animals that we never had when I first started. So we've came a long way, and I appreciate it, all you've done and all your hard work, and thank you.
Thanks, Donnie. Carl, you going to comment?
You know, it gets a lot of criticism, but I challenge anybody to take a long ride in this state and not see a project. I've had the opportunity to drive around the last little bit, and you can point to your friends and say, okay, that was a habitat project, or there's water, or we have this hunt because of this project. It's just, I know a lot of people don't understand it. A lot of their criticism comes from that misunderstanding, but this is a process that on the back end, it's helping wildlife, and I challenge you to go anywhere and not see that. So, yeah, wonderful program. Let's approve them.
Thanks, Carl. Anybody else?
This, Carl, I'll make the motion that we approve the conservation tag allocation as presented.
I'll second it, Brett.
Was that Kevin with the second?
Brett.
Brett. Okay. I have a motion and a second. Call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl Hurst?
Yes.
Wade Heaton?
Yes.
Brett Selman?
Yes.
Motion passes. Unanimous. Thanks, Justin. Thank the division and everybody else that's involved in that program. You gonna do the next one, Justin? CWMU Advisory Board Committee?
I will. Yep, let me share my screen. Okay, thank you. Today I'm going to present the CWMU Advisory Committee member updates. The purpose of the CWMU Advisory Committee is to hear complaints against CWMUs, review operations of the program, review antlerless harvest efforts, hear variance requests for acreage, and make recommendations to the DWR director and to the Wildlife Board. I want to stress this is a really important committee, and they do tremendous work in order for the CWMU to operate effectively. And so I'm really appreciative of the committee and the mission that they carry out annually. Per Administrative Rule R657-37, committee members are nominated by the DWR director and ultimately approved by the Wildlife Board. And the committee representation includes the following: 2 CWMU representatives, 2 sportsman representatives, and then 1 agriculture at-large elected official and RAC member, for a total of 8 members. What we're asking the Wildlife Board to approve today are the following nominations: Tim Price as a CWMU representative, Eric Thacker for agriculture, Greg Wilding as a sportsman's rep, Mike Christensen as at-large, and Mike Lauder as a RAC member for the next 4 years. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Any questions from the board for Justin on those individuals?
Mr. Chairman, can I make a comment?
Go ahead, Wade.
Just want to echo what Justin said. He's 100% right. This committee is extremely important. It really does help just kind of bridge the gap a little bit between the program, the CWMU program, and some of the challenges it faces, and with the public. It's a great group. I know all 5 of these individuals, and they are wonderful. They've served on the committee before and have done a great job. So I'd recommend that we approve them.
Thanks, Wade. Any other comments from the board? Not, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion. We approve the CWMU committee as presented.
Thanks, Randy. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin. Call for the vote. Kevin Albrecht,
Yes.
Randy Dirth,
Yes.
Donnie Hunter,
Yes.
Carl Hurst,
Yes.
Wade Heaton,
Yes.
and Brett Selman.
Yes.
Thank you. Item 10, excuse me, is the Parker Sage Grouse Hunt Closure. Heather, are you available?
I'm ready.
Go ahead. Thank you.
No problem. All right, do you guys see that okay?
Looks good.
All right, I'm Heather Talley, Upland Game Coordinator for Division of Wildlife, here to present the Parker Mountain Sage Grouse population status. Just to give a little brief introduction to the sage grouse biology, they do have a high annual survival rate with a fairly stable population.
Heather,
oh,
real quick, your slides are not progressing.
Oh, I can't see, so sorry. You don't see any of that?
Black now.
Yeah.
Okay, let me try to present again. Sorry, guys.
That's all right.
Still not working.
Yeah, I'm canceling my presentation, trying to restart here. Do you guys see that or no?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Excellent. So sage grouse do have that high annual survival rate and fairly stable cycles that are generally between 8 and 10 years is their general population cycle over time. So they do depend on sagebrush. They are sagebrush obligates. They do need a lot of moisture in the spring and summertime to raise chicks for an abundance of forbs and also for insects to meet those high energy requirements of the chicks for protein. Then, of course, that low elevation sagebrush is needed in the winter time so they can have that food available, and it should be tall enough that if there is a heavy snowstorm that there's still sagebrush available for them. And the breeding grounds or leks is where we do our counts from because the males consistently attend leks and they are very visible. Just to reiterate our hunting structure, most of the state is closed with 4 areas open: the Box Elder, Parker, Blue Diamond Mountain, and Rich County. So we offer these permits with just based off of 10% of the total population, with harvest at only 3% of the total population. And we use our let counts to determine a population estimate before issuing permits. So those change yearly. This is
Hey, Heather.
Yeah.
Heather, your slides are still not progressing for us. We're still on the sage grouse biology slide. I'm sorry.
All right. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry.
Just go ahead. Heather, just go ahead with your verbal presentation for us? And if it works,
Should I send this to somebody else and someone else can try to get the presentation to progress? Would that be helpful? No? Okay.
I think if you're thorough in your description, will be just fine.
That's really unfortunate because I have some great maps for you guys, such as this incredible statewide sage grouse distribution map showcasing 11 different SGMAs and the Parker Hunt boundary, which would be fabulous for you to see. So maybe I can pull these up individually at the end if that's appropriate. Also, we have, I'll show you later, the close-up version of the Parker area, just so the board is aware of those locations, what we're asking for the closure. A drought map, trust me, it's riveting. And our let counts, I've got a great graph here. And I'll just jump into explaining why the last few years have declined rather than an anticipated increase that would normally be part of the population cycle. So in 2018, we had severe drought conditions, and that damaged habitats, especially our transitional and brood rearing habitats. In 2019, we did have dry conditions as well, and then we had that late snowy spring, which likely resulted in a decrease of chick survival. And 2020, again, was even drier than 2018, and now it's even more dry. So because of that, the population has now experienced 6 consecutive years of decline, and we'll evaluate the final data for 2021 later this month. Our recommended actions for this is just to put a temporary closure on the 2021 hunting season for the Parker Mountain and to reevaluate conditions next spring. And as soon as the population rebounds, we will be recommending to reinstitute that hunt. And we continue to do habitat projects. We've done a total of 174 projects just captured in our WRI database on the Parker Mountain, and 116 of those directly benefit sage grouse. And we've done 5 research projects on the Parker Mountain with sage grouse. So tell me what I can do to give you guys, maybe I'll stop presenting and re-present at different slides if you want to look at some of those maps.
there, we've got statewide sage grouse distribution.
Oh, that's exciting. It's showing. Yeah, so this is the dark gray areas indicate our 11 different SGMAs. This small part up here is just part of the box elder, so that's all considered one. And this is the Parker Emery SGMA in the middle, with that blue line indicating the hunt area. So then we have, this is the up close version just to show where our LEC locations are on the Parker and more of the topography and just zoomed in area of the hunt map that we choose to, that we're recommending to close. And that's the drought map. You can see the dark, are they still progressing? Or is everyone still seeing the slide?
Yes, they are.
Yes.
I apologize for doing this twice. So this drought map shows the darkest red areas of exceptional drought. And again, the SGMAs are represented with the gray outlines and the dots are LEC locations. And this is our graph from the data that we have right now for the Parker Mountain Emery LEC counts. And you can see where we kind of anticipated there would be a bump in the last few years, and we've seen a decline likely because of those drought conditions that we explained. So and we kind of already went over the rest. So do you guys have any questions for me?
Heather, thank you very much for that. And then hopefully we get rid of this virtual meetings in July and August. You'll be able to do that in person in front of these board members. But that was a good presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that.
Any questions from the board? Now I'll entertain a motion.
I would just have a comment. With my work here on the Forest Service, we work closely with the DWR, and we're on the northern end on the Emery locations of this, and we have seen exactly what Heather's just presented. You know, our numbers have really reduced. And so I appreciate the division following this closely, all the work that they've done for the sage grouse and being proactive in this. So I fully support it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Wade?
Yeah, are you ready for a motion?
Yes.
I would move that we approve the Parker Sage Grouse Hunt closure as presented.
Do I have a second?
Kevin.
We have a motion and a second. Call for a vote. Excuse me. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl Hurst?
Yes.
Wade Heaton?
Yes.
Brett Selman?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Thanks, Heather.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
This takes us down to number 11, which is our time certain at 1 p.m. meeting. The Wildlife Board hearing for Mr. Clifford Stubbs. The board will reconvene at 1 p.m. We'll move on to number 12, which is other business. And under that, it shows election of a chair and vice chair. I haven't been able to make a motion for the last 2 years, but I'd like to make a motion that we elect Kevin Albrecht as the chair.
Mr. Chair.
Your motion.
That Randy, I missed your.
Yeah, I just seconded your motion.
Wade, you got cut off there, so.
Well, I was going to second the motion, but I was also going to ask kind of how you wanted to do this. Do we want to do it in motion form? Do we want to take nominations and have an election? How have you done this in the past?
Staci, you want to answer that?
You bet, Mr. Chairman. So in the past, we have done both processes. We've taken nominations and then had a closed vote, so to speak. That's a little more difficult in this format, but we certainly can do it. Or we can do it in the form of a motion, a second, and an open vote. So it is up to the board as to how they would like to proceed. If you would like to do nominations and have a secret vote, so to speak, we would just have you email your vote directly to me, and I would go ahead and tabulate those. So however you would like to proceed is legally fine.
Mr. Chair, just to speak to, if that's the direction you want to move, just to speak to that, obviously Kevin's more than qualified and be a wonderful chairman, and I'd love to support your motion.
Thanks, Wade. Any other comments? So we have a motion and a second. A call for the vote. Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl Hurst?
Yes.
Wade Heaton?
I guess we've asked Kevin if he's okay with this.
Well, he's grinning from ear to ear, so I assume he is.
I guess I really don't care, Kevin. You're the man for the job. So
No, I got drafted back in the 60s, so I'm drafting Kevin right here in the 2021. So
I like it. I'll vote yes on this.
Brett, you're the last man standing.
Yes, for sure.
Mr. Chair, Albrecht. Congratulations, Kevin.
Thank you.
If you bear with me, since how I just mentioned that I haven't been able to vote for the last couple of years. But I'd like to nominate the vice chair for Randy Dirth.
I would second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions?
I would just add a comment to that our WAFWA opportunity that we have from the wildlife to attend those WAFWA meetings is critical, and Randy has shown great interest in that, and I think there's some real opportunity to build relationships with the chairman in the other states, the commissioners, and so I think Randy, since he's been on the board, has attended all of those that have been available, and I think that that's very important in the future. So I think that'd be wonderful.
Thanks, Kevin. That's a great point.
I guess Randy's willing to accept that if we force him into it.
Based on grins.
Yeah, I guess.
Randy, is it okay? Like I said, I'm just drafting people. I got drafted. I didn't get a second chance, so I just. I'll go ahead and go with the vote. Kevin Albrecht.
Yes.
Donnie Hunter.
Yes.
Carl Hurst.
Yes.
Wade Heaton.
Yes.
And Brett Selman.
Yes.
One other item under other business, this Josh Banks that sends all emails on the Dolores Triangle antlerless hunt. He will have an opportunity in August, Staci, or sometime to redo that, where those permits were left out of the guidebook. Is that something that could be done for Mr. Banks?
Mr. Chairman,
Chair,
in order for the board to take action on it, yes, it would need to be added to an agenda. At this point, August would be that next agenda, so it would be, and Kobe could speak to this, whether if that's the way you want to go, is to place it on,
Kobe,
on
go
an
ahead.
agenda.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So the hunt was inadvertently overlooked. It was inadvertently left off. And we recognized this after. As we went through the hunts, we said, okay, if we're going to bring this back to the board as an emergency, is it really an emergency? So the questions we asked were, can we meet our population objectives with our current hunts? And the answer was yes. We increased down there by over 100 permits from 500 to 600, and we added a unit to address specific depredation concerns. So we increased, we added area to a unit, and so the hunt, the Dolores Triangle hunt, wasn't necessary to meet our current management objectives. And it wasn't an emergency. And that's why it didn't come back to the board from the division. In August, we will continue to assess drought conditions. And if at that time it is necessary to add that hunt, you'll see us bring it back. Now, when we do that, it's the method of which the permits are issued for that hunt. And Lindy can probably speak to that better, but it would probably be using the alternate draw list from one of the other LaSalle Mountain hunts. And so we apologize. We deal with a lot of hunts and we get it right most of the time. And we try not to overwhelm the board with emergencies that aren't really emergencies. So when you see us bring something back to you asking for an emergency change or asking for an emergency addition, it's when there's a real problem. And we have other tools to deal with issues down there, including we could call depredation hunts or other things for the area if those elk do come in from Colorado and become a problem. So you may see it in August or just depending upon the situation, you may see us address it in other ways.
How many permits are we talking about, Kobe?
Very few. It's 50. It's been 50 permits. Also very low success, 20% some years a little less, some years a little more. It just depends on if those elk come in from Colorado or not. So, and it's a late season hunt. Doesn't occur until December, middle of December, January.
So, Kobe, one question. So, if I understand you right, Mr. Banks, that you really want one for his child. If his child didn't put in for one of these other hunts, chances are he's not going to draw it. Is that right? If you're using draw results from a different hunt?
Yeah, and that's you know, and we're speaking right now to the management of the unit, not the individual wishes or desires of a hunter. And so he may be impacted this year for sure.
Thanks, Covey. Any other questions for Covey from the board? Any other business items we need to bring up?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Staci?
if I could ask real quick, registration for summer WAFWA is coming up due. I sent all of you an email on it about a week and a half ago. If you're interested in attending, I need to get a decision from you by the end of this week.
I would like to attend that, Staci.
Perfect. Thanks, Kevin.
I would too, Staci.
Okay. And because it's virtual, we don't have a limit. So if the rest of you would also like to attend, you can just shoot me an email.
That really is a valuable tool to meet with those other state directors and boards.
Staci, this is Wade. I'm just curious. I'm assuming it is similar to the last one where we can just pick and choose a little bit if we can't do, you know, all of each day, or if that's the case, I'd love to be registered as well.
Yes, Wade, that's exactly the case. A full registration is fairly cheap right now. So it would allow you to pick and choose what you wanted to attend based on your schedule or your desire. So I'll go ahead and register you for that.
Thank you.
Remind me the date on that.
That's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head. Hang on a second.
It's the 14th to the 20th of July.
Thanks.
Any other business for the board?
Mr. Chair, this is Rory. I would just like to make one comment if that's possible.
Yes, sir.
I would just like to thank the Regional Advisory Council and the Wildlife Board for your patience over this past year. It's been a very trying year. I recognize the challenges of trying to hold electronic meetings and virtual meetings. I think that you've done an outstanding job in being able to continue to engage the public and have the public involved in your decision-making process. I just wanted to take a moment to commend you on what you've been able to accomplish and looking forward to being back in-person meetings in August and just extend the appreciation of everyone for what you've been able to do. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I don't know when's the appropriate time, and maybe that ship has already sailed, but I just wanted to give a personal appreciation to yourself and to Donnie Hunter. The two of you, I've known you for a couple of decades now, and the two of you and your example was a good part of the reason why I got involved in wildlife and in this process. You two have been pillars in this state, and all that you've done is really immeasurable. Look up to both of you considerably, and you are going to be absolutely missed on this board. But the contribution that you've made to Utah wildlife will go on for a long, long time. So just want to say thank you to both of you.
Thanks, Wade. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Wade.
Wade, I'd like to add to that. My first interaction was in school in a natural resource class. Our teacher asked us to attend a RAC meeting, and I remember going to the auditorium in Richfield, and Donnie Hunter was part of that RAC, and that was my first interaction with knowing that the public had a process to be able to have a voice, and that made a big impression on me to be able to go to that and attend it. So I'd like to thank both of you. You've been great mentors, been wonderful for wildlife, and you've done a lot of work behind the scenes. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin.
Just Carl, just the same thing. Thank you. I mean, you guys have done a tremendous amount of work. We don't all see that. Some of it's visible, some of it isn't, but just thank you. Utah sportsmen and wildlife appreciate it.
Thanks, Carl.
Yeah, ditto everything they've said, and it's been a real pleasure getting to know both of you and work alongside, and hope we get to see you down the road also.
Thanks, Randy.
Thank you, Randy.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get to see you guys. I don't think you're done doing wildlife, so keep it up.
No, we're not done. We're just moving on to a different form. So
That's right. Maybe a little more out in the field would be fun, huh?
I want to just thank everybody, that I was able to do what I've been able to do, the last 40 years in this state. So there's a lot of great people here. The board represents, different parts of the state, and you all do a great job with the job you're given here to be on this wildlife board. Take it seriously, and I know you do. You always attend and everything like that, and just carry on the tradition. The wildlife board, we're still growing every year. New things are coming up, making things better. So the division's got a lot of wonderful people out there that are there to help you and answer any questions you need and stuff too. So use all the assets that the division has to better our wildlife for everybody and everyone. And just thank you all for your time and efforts.
Thanks.
Yes, I'd like to reiterate that. This board's been great to work with, and we've made a lot of ground. I appreciate the division and the men that we've worked with there, the men and the ladies. Been great to work with. Can't be any better. They're very passionate with what they do, and they work very, very, very hard. And a lot of our customers out there don't realize that, but they do. They work very hard, and I want to thank them for what they do.
And then, as I mentioned earlier, our time-sensitive meeting at 1 p.m. this afternoon. Just be online a few minutes prior to that. And Staci, do you have any comments as far as them getting back online? Same.
You'll use the same link that you used this morning. This meeting will just continue on the YouTube feed as one long break. So just go ahead and join the first link that you sent this morning a few minutes before 1. I did send you an email yesterday that has your separate link for the deliberation meeting. So make sure you've got that handy, because you'll want to leave the meeting and go into that one during the board appeal. And other than that, if I can just take a second to thank Donnie and Byron, you guys have been great. You've been great to work with. And I kind of get the short end of the stick, because you guys come onto the board as greenies. I finally get you trained to the way I want you, and your 6 years is up and I'm starting over again. So it seems a little bit unfair, but you guys really have done amazing work for the state of Utah, and you really should hold your heads proud at the decisions that you've been a part of and the work that you've done. And it's been great working with you. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for making my job a little bit easier with you on the board. I truly appreciated it.
Thanks, Staci. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Like I said, it's a great group of people to work for and represent the whole state of Utah, and all the comments that come to us and suggestions to be able to make a difference for our wildlife and future generations. 2 people that make this thing work. I'd like to thank Mike and Paul behind the scenes, especially Mike, to come out and help me get my computer and stuff set up. So make sure I'm on time and everything like that. So without those guys, we wouldn't get these meetings done the way we've been doing them for the last several years. And there's a lot of other people out there too, and I just want to thank every one of them that help make this whole machine work, from the director on down to everybody, all the employees of GWR. So thank you very much. Ask for a motion to adjourn, and then we'll.
I would make that motion.
I'll get it.
That was a motion. Second. Call for a vote to adjourn. Kevin Albrecht. Randy Dirk.
Yeah.
Donnie Hunter.
Yes.
Carl Hurst.
Yes.
Wade Heaton.
Yes.
Brett Selman.
Yes.
We'll see you all at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. apparently we still have a few bugs to work out.
We really need Mr. Ward to be throughout this whole thing.
Yeah, it needs to be alive. Just
we gotta get him on. Can't conduct any portion of this
without that.
Exactly.
It's their ball game.
It's their ball game.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Staci, go ahead.
I have Brent Ward on the line right now. We're just trying to work through some technical difficulties on him being able to show his video and unmute in the meeting. So if you will just give us a few more minutes to work through this.
Okay. How many minutes approximately? Just Stubbs be here? He should be, right? Or no?
Yeah, they're in the same time.
Eight 0 1 8 7 9 2 9 3 4.
Mr. Chairman, we are trying to reach out to council. His phone apparently is blocking some of our numbers because we're not into his address book. We're attempting to work through these technical issues. I expect it to take at least another 5 minutes before we're able to get the council into our electronic meeting.
Yes, we can hear you, Brett.
All right, I'm awfully sorry for that. I have no knowledge of what happened or why it went wrong, but we're here now.
We are seeing. Mr. Chairman, I believe we're closer to proceeding. Mr. Ward, are you able to hear us now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Sorry, we were getting 2 feeds through the cell connection otherwise. Mr. Chairman, if you'd like to confirm functionality with Mr. Ward, and we'll do some fine tuning to try and improve the situation.
Mr. Ward, my name is Byron Bateman. I'm the chairman of the Wildlife Board. Can you hear me?
I can, yes, Chairman Bateman, thank you.
Okay. At this point, I think we'll go back to the very beginning. We thought you were online when we originally started.
Okay. We
So,
can't see you, by the way. We can see others, but not you.
Staci, can you confirm our audio?
I may be looking at the wrong. Are you sitting next to Michael?
yes, I am. I'm on the left of Michael.
I can see you now. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, our legal counsel representing the Attorney General's office is Mike Begley and Maddie Whittier today are with me. We are here for an appeal hearing in the suspension of Clifford Stubbs' license and permit privileges. I am Byron Bateman, Chair of the Utah Wildlife Board. Our Wildlife Board members present are Donnie Hunter, Kevin Albrecht, Randy Dirth, Wade Heaton, Carl Hurst, and Brett Selman. Mr. Stubbs requested this appeal hearing challenging the Division of Wildlife Resources order suspending his license and permit privileges. Mr. Stubbs is present today. Will you please stand and introduce yourself, Mr. Stubbs?
Yes, sir. I'm Cliff Stubbs.
And then also Brent Ward, will you do the same thing also?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Bateman. I'm Brent Ward, here representing Mr. Stubbs today for purposes of this hearing. Thank you.
And Mr. Maynard, will you also please introduce yourself?
Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Maynard. I'm the Assistant Attorney General assigned to Division of Wildlife Resources.
Thank you. This hearing is solely to determine if the petitioner was convicted of a wildlife violation and if that offense was committed knowingly, intentionally, or recklessly. Mitigating factors may also be considered. Other information such as the validity of your criminal conviction or irregularities in the criminal process are beyond the board's authority to alter and will not be considered in the hearing. In this hearing, evidence is presented and witnesses may be called. Opposing parties have the opportunity to cross-examine the other party's witnesses. The legal rules of evidence do not strictly apply in this hearing, but it will largely follow a judicial format. The hearing will be divided into 3 phases. Opening statements are the first phase. Mr. Maynard will first give an opening statement for the Division of Wildlife Resources, and then Mr. Ward will do the same. Your opening statement is limited to a very brief summary of the key facts and arguments you will make when testifying under oath. In the next phase of the hearing, presentation of evidence is the second phase of the hearing. Mr. Maynard will present the division's case and may offer evidence and call witnesses. Mr. Ward will have the opportunity to cross-examine the division's witnesses. Then Mr. Ward will have the opportunity to present evidence and call witnesses. Mr. Maynard may then cross-examine these witnesses. Closing arguments are in the final phase of the hearing. Excuse me. In this last phase, each party will be afforded an opportunity to make closing argument. Like an opening statement, the closing statement is a brief summary of the key facts and arguments relevant to your case. Members of the board may ask questions of the parties or any witnesses at any time during the course of the hearing. Again, this hearing is where the division must present evidence supporting a suspension of Mr. Stubbs' license and permit privileges. The division must prove by a preponderance of the evidence, which means more likely than not that Mr. Stubbs was convicted of a wildlife violation and that the offense was committed knowingly, intentionally, or recklessly. Also, to clarify, we are not here to determine Mr. Stubbs' guilt or innocence. This already occurred in a court appearance in a criminal proceeding. We are here to learn the facts as they apply to this suspension. We are only interested in the relevant facts to demonstrate whether or not you were convicted of a wildlife violation under Title 23 of the Utah Code and whether that violation was committed intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. Are there any questions from the parties? Mr. Ward, we'll go first with you.
I was going to ask if it's agreeable to reserve my opening statement until after the state's case is presented.
We're agreeable with that.
Thank you.
If not, we'll start with opening arguments, which again are very brief statements of the facts and arguments you will make later. Mr. Maynard, you may proceed with your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick before I proceed with my opening, should we mention any stipulations the party have reached before proceeding in this case?
It's up to the parties, but sure, if there's a stipulation reached, please let us know.
It's up to the parties, but sure.
Mr. Ward, would you like me to read those onto the record?
Sure, please go ahead.
The parties have stipulated that Mr. Stubbs was convicted of 2 Class B misdemeanors amounting to a maximum of a 3-year license suspension. Additionally, Mr. Ward, correct me if I'm wrong, we did stipulate to the compiled video for the sake of time.
That's correct.
Thank you. In Utah, oh, go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Maynard.
In Utah, we've worked really hard to protect hunting rights, while other states have seen rights dwindle or be taken away. One reason why DWR has been successful in these endeavors is the agency places an emphasis on respecting wildlife while we hunt. The act of hunting is a form of appreciation for wildlife and the opportunities they provide. As you're aware, this case involves a bear pursuit that went wrong. Mr. Stubbs and his hunting party pursued a bear to the point of exhaustion and became concerned the bear may die, something not allowed under a bear pursuit permit. In an attempt to avoid one violation, they committed another. Mr. Stubbs and his party at this point deliberated. They made a choice to pick the exhausted bear up, bring it into their possession, locking it in a dog box. Mr. Stubbs directly participated in this act. Mr. Stubbs did not contact DWR at this point, and after Mr. Stubbs became aware that the bear was revived and was still inside the dog box, chose not to contact DWR at that point either. He didn't discuss this issue with DWR until about 8 months later when Officer Cody Jones knocked on his door. He wasn't acting to save the bear. He was acting to save himself from what he believed was a more serious violation. Now, like you said, DWR carries the burden by a preponderance of the evidence, or more likely than not, by showing that Mr. Stubbs violated the wildlife code, that he was convicted of an act and that he did so intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. DWR will present evidence satisfying this burden of proof that Mr. Stubbs unlawfully captured a bear by placing it in a dog box. The parties have stipulated that he was convicted of 2 Class B misdemeanors and that he did so intentionally, knowingly or recklessly. For these reasons, we asked the Wildlife Board to enter a maximum 3-year suspension for Mr. Stubbs' license and permit privileges as they pertain to bear and cougar pursuit and hunt. The suspension would be reciprocated among the Interstate Wildlife Violator Compact participating states. We have rules to serve our opportunity to hunt and enjoy wildlife. And this is not what bear pursuit is about. And the longevity of this sport depends on upholding the legal and ethical obligations of a houndsman. Thank you.
Mr. Ward, per your request, we'll skip your opening statement. We'll go on to the presentation of evidence. Mr. Maynard, if you want to continue with that.
Yes, we'd like to call our first witness, Officer Cody Jones. Paige Warren is on this call to swear in Officer Jones.
Officer Jones?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, please raise your right hand and answer audibly. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this manner shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Officer Jones. How are you this afternoon?
Doing well.
Would you mind telling the board your full name, rank, and occupation?
So I'm a sergeant with the Utah Division of Wildlife in the Southern Region. My full name is Cody Dan Jones, and I've been a conservation officer with the division for 13 years.
Can you tell us how you came to be involved in this case?
So in January of 2019, I received a phone call from investigator Roger Kerstetter out of our Southeast region. Investigator Kerstetter sent me a photograph of a vehicle a short little video clip of a bear being loaded into a dog box in that particular vehicle. And through a conversation with him, he stated that he believed this vehicle may have been purchased by Mr. Stubbs around the time of this video was taken. I was asked to go make contact with Mr. Stubbs and try to determine if he had purchased that vehicle and if Mr. Stubbs knew the individual who had owned the vehicle prior to that. So.
Were you able to make contact with Mr. Stubbs?
I was.
Did you have a conversation with Mr. Stubbs?
I did, yes.
And did you record this conversation?
I did, using an audio recorder.
Is that a common practice in law enforcement?
It is, yes.
So during this conversation with Mr. Stubbs, where were you?
We were sitting in his living room, just kind of visiting about the truck and what had gone on with the hunt. So
Let's talk about that really a little bit. So what did you talk about with this hunt?
So I obviously initially asked him a little bit about the truck. Mr. Stubbs told me that they had done a swap of vehicles, him with a gentleman, I believe he goes by Bo Wood from Florida. Mr. Wood was concerned that the truck wouldn't make it back to Florida. And so Mr. Stubbs and Mr. Wood had made arrangements to exchange vehicles. And Mr. Stubbs purchased the vehicle from Mr. Wood. He told me that he knew Mr. Wood from previous bear hunts, that they had run dogs together in the past here in Utah. I asked him a little bit about his hunting activities that spring of 2018, if he had hunted with Mr. Wood during that time, and he stated they had hunted a few days in the LaSalle Mountains during that time period. He also, as we talked a little bit more, I explained to him that we had received video from Florida, that Florida Fish and Game had collected some videos from Mr. Wood's electronic devices, and that there was a video showing this bear that we believed to be in Utah that had been captured. And I asked him if he knew the story behind it. He told me he did. He told me that he knew Mr. Wood had been arrested in Florida, knew that a bunch of things had been taken, and even stated that he wasn't surprised to see me there asking questions about the incident or the video. He said he knew the video was likely going to surface. And so he was very open and candid with me about what had occurred during that pursuit. He stated that the bear, that several of them had released dogs to pursue a bear. The bear didn't tree, and that the pursuit had gone on for several hours. He stated he wasn't there when the bear initially collapsed, that he arrived shortly thereafter. He stated he was collecting some of his dogs that had not been able to keep up with the bear. But he stated he arrived in time for the group to kind of have a discussion about what to do with this bear that had collapsed near a road. He stated that the bear had that it was near a road, near some homes, and they were concerned about leaving the bear in that location. He admitted that as a group, he said some of the individuals had recommended just kicking it off a cliff, disposing of the bear, and that he'd kind of encouraged them to not do that, but instead to load it into a dog box, where he said they gave it water and Gatorade for a few days, or water and Gatorade, and stated that he left that day, but that Mr. Wood had told him the next day that they had released the bear the next day.
Mr. Chair, to that end, Mr. Ward, I would like to play portions of that recording marked Exhibit F, Division's Exhibit F. Mr. Gedge, could you pull up that exhibit for us and mark it at minute 9, second 19?
Minute 9, 7. Could you repeat that time period?
9 minutes and 19 seconds.
Please stand by.
Thank you.
Here is that recording.
I know absolutely. That's the extent of what I know right there. Yeah. So I know about it. So the bear cast out by the road there. The dogs kind of caught it. You know, fought with it on the ground. The bear, like it acted like it was going to die. Is what it acted like to me. And we got the dogs off. Got it back. Yeah. It was right by a road. By Willow Basin is where it was. I don't know exactly. And I'll be honest. I can say that's good to know, but I don't know really at all. So anyhow, it was right by a road where there's cabins there. Yeah. We're like. I mean, by that point, I was there, and I was like, we can't leave this bear. It was talked about what should we do? Like, should we put it out of its misery? I mean, what should we do? And I was like, no. I don't want to. In a way that would be the humane thing, but that would be illegal. And so we didn't. We threw that bear in that dog box on that white Chevrolet. And I was like, just put some water in there and see if it doesn't get going better. And it did. And they turned the bear loose the next day. I wasn't there. I was leaving the day that it was caught by the road and all that took place. And I was there when that happened. Yeah. When like I say, they even sent me like a video thing, like this. It said, come get this bear out of your truck, because at that point you knew that we was tracing, but he still had the he still had the white truck, and he hadn't got my truck. Oh, yet, that is the last time I left. That bear was in it wasn't in great shape, but it was in that box. Yeah. They sent me a video of it. That bear was walking around, and it seemed like it was fine. They told me they let it go the next day. I wasn't there.
Mr. Gedge, that's good.
You know, if they pursued it again.
We can't hear him now. Wow. There, he's unmuted now.
Officer Jones, is that a fair and accurate representation of your interview with Mr. Stubbs?
It was, yes.
Now, did you discuss what they would have done if the bear wasn't by that road?
I don't remember us really discussing much if it had been somewhere else. We did discuss, making a phone call, communicating with us, in a situation like that. Because he did ask me several times, what should I have done? What should be done in this situation? And we discussed, the need to report it, the need to be open and candid about the situation.
So I'd like to come back to that a little bit more, but first, I would like to play another clip to refresh the witness's memory. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to play a clip from the same exhibit at minute 23. All right, I apologize. Make that minute 22 and 37 seconds.
Go ahead.
And that'll run till about minute 23 and 15 seconds.
Can you confirm this exhibit has 39 minutes in it? That was minute 1.
Correct. There are approximately 39 minutes in this recording.
What was the start time again? A minute?
Oh, sorry. 22 minutes and 37 seconds.
Okay. This is the clip starting at minute 22 and 37 seconds.
It just got, I mean, it was just at the wrong spot, at the wrong, by that road.
Yeah.
I was like, it is too easy to know that bear doesn't crawl off and die.
Yeah.
To just leave it laying here. And, you know, that is the only, probably one of the only ways that it didn't just get, if it had been 500 yards off the road or whatever, probably, well, it's alive now, we'll just leave it there and
yeah,
you know, we would have left. But that's why it happened how it happened, you know.
Oh,
that's good.
So yeah, I mean, from a legal standpoint, the fact you were involved in it means that you could be charged with if they choose to file charges, you could be included.
I think that's a good spot. Thank you. So Officer Jones, does that help fresh your memory about discussing where the bear might have ended up if it wasn't by the road?
It does a little bit, yes.
And so does it sound like what does it sound like Mr. Stubbs is saying?
To me, it sounded like he was saying that had it not been near the road, they would have just pulled the dogs off and probably left where they had finished pursuing it, where it had collapsed.
Thank you. Now, did you discuss the health of the bear?
We did a little bit. Like I said, he had expressed that it was pretty exhausted when it collapsed. He stated that he knew that it was likely dehydrated, that they had administered water and Gatorade to it to try to rehydrate it a little bit once it was in the dog box.
Now, Mr. Chair, I appreciate everyone's patience with this. I have one last clip that I would like to play. It's relevant to this line of questioning. And it is at 14 minutes and 55 seconds.
Go ahead.
14 minute, 55 seconds. Stand by.
Thank you.
Like I met him here or whatever, and
The truck just showed up in a video that I know they recovered that showed that bear in that box, and so they wanted to verify that.
I bet you it's the video he sent me a video. Like I say, he texted me. It was just joking because they're like that. We had a discussion about it. That bear's going to die, and I said that bear wouldn't die. There's not a reason. There was. I think it's just overheated because it had ran and ran and ran until it just. I think it just gassed out or whatever, and that's why I didn't go for throwing it over a cliff or anything else. And
that's good, Mr. Gedge.
In there, see what happens.
Thank you. Officer Jones, so you mentioned that you were asked multiple times about what Mr. Stubbs could have done or should have done in this situation. Can you tell us a little bit more about what your response to that questioning was?
my biggest response to him was that, I understood the predicament that he felt he was in that situation. The biggest thing that I advised him on was to be open and honest with us. To have made a phone call would have gone a really long way, and letting us know what had happened, what his concerns were, so we can make sure the public's also safe in that situation as well. We discussed that picking up a bear is illegal, and that his involvement in the pursuit and capture of the bear did meet the elements of our aiding and assisting statute.
And through the course of this conversation, did he ever say that he called the division?
He didn't.
Is it true, as a conservation officer, you regularly encourage the public to report crimes, and we have a tip line set up for this sort of situation?
We do, yes.
Thank you, Officer Jones. That's all the questions I have.
We lost you temporarily. Can you hear us now?
Mr. Ward, for a cross-examination, if you're ready.
Oh, yes.
And if I may, real quick, I apologize. I need to move to admit Exhibit F into evidence.
No objection.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Should I go ahead, Mr. Chairman?
Exhibit F is omitted?
Is admitted.
Admitted, excuse me.
Please proceed.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Officer Jones, before you interviewed Mr. Stubbs, you didn't know he had anything to do with loading a bear into a truck, did you?
I didn't know.
You didn't know anything about his role in the pursuit of the bear either, did you?
I didn't know.
You didn't even know whether he was there on May 19th, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't know anything about the bear's condition before, during, or after the pursuit until you talked to Mr. Stubbs, did you?
I did not.
You first learned about these things when Mr. Stubbs himself told you about them during your interview, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And he told you about the pursuit, the baying of the bear, the decision to save the bear, and the efforts made to revive it. Isn't that true?
That's true.
He was forthright, honest, and forthcoming in everything he told you, didn't he?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
He didn't hide anything from you that you know of, did he?
No, he didn't.
Do you have any evidence to suggest that anything he said in that interview was false?
No.
Are you a hunter, Mr. Officer Jones?
I am, yes.
How many bear pursuits have you been on?
None for myself.
Mr. Stubbs, I think, has said he's been on hundreds of pursuits over 20 plus years. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, but I knew he had been on several pursuits, yes.
Okay. I believe Mr. Stubbs says the pursuit in question began about 7 a.m. that day. The videos say the bear was bayed about 8:30 a.m. That would make a pursuit of about an hour and a half. In Goldilocks terms, would you say that's a long pursuit, a short pursuit, or about an average pursuit?
With my experience, I don't know that I can say 100%.
All right. If Mr. Stubbs said that was an average pursuit, would you disagree?
Like I said, I can't comment on that. I've never pursued a bear myself. So,
Mr. Stubbs, as far as you know, Mr. Stubbs had no way of knowing the condition of the bear until it was bayed. Isn't that true?
we didn't discuss that particular.
He didn't say anything about what the condition of the bear was during the pursuit because he was pursuing it and couldn't see it, observe it. Isn't that right?
He told me he spent a lot of time collecting dogs as well. So,
yeah. Well, what I'm trying to get at is that he had no opportunity to really observe the condition of the bear until it was bayed. Isn't that true?
As far as I know, I don't know what he observed and what he didn't, but
Okay. Have you read Mr. Stubbs' letter to the Wildlife Ward?
I have not.
In his letter, he said the pursuit ended when the bear became bayed by a road, and that's where the hunt ended. Do you have any reason to believe that's not true?
I don't. All I know is what he told me, so.
In his letter, he said that he came on the scene after the bear had been bayed and began to notice for the first time that the bear was acting extremely fatigued and unusual. In fact, it looked like it was going to die. Do you have any reason to believe that is not true?
I do not.
He says in his letter, he immediately began pulling the dogs away and leashing them, and that this took several minutes. Do you have any reason to believe that was untrue?
I don't.
When the dogs were gone, he says the bear was motionless, something he said he had never seen before in all his years of hunting, which I believe is about 22 years and hundreds of pursuits. Do you have any reason to believe that is not true?
I don't.
By the way, he also says he does not hunt or guide pursuits for pay, nor does he train dogs for pay. Do you have any reason to believe that is untrue?
I don't.
After the hunt had ended, Officer Jones, the dogs had been leashed and put in the truck, and the bear was lying there on the ground. Cliff says he and Wood tried to figure out what to do. He said the bear was close to the road, nearby cabins, and hikers and other hunters who may come upon it, and they were concerned for the welfare of the bear and those people. Do you have any reason to believe that is untrue?
I don't.
He says that for the benefit of the bear and the people who might come upon the bear unawares, they decided to take the bear to their camp where they had water and could put water on it and try to revive it. He said the dogs were the only place they had to put the bear. He said that with the dogs, the only place he had to put the bear was in the truck with the dog box. Do you have any reason to believe that is untrue?
I don't.
In his letter, he says that at the camp, they doused the bear with water to cool it off. Do you have any reason to believe that is not true?
I don't.
Cliff says that with the hunt over, and because he had obligations at home in Parowan, he needed to leave. He says he and Wood discussed this, and Mr. that he would continue to monitor the bear and let it go once it got going and doing better. Do you have any reason to believe that was not true?
I don't.
Do you know of any violations Mr. Stubbs committed during the hunt?
Based on his statements to me, I believe that he helped capture a bear and hold it illegally in the dog box.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Violation of 2320 and 3. So
I'm asking you about, do you know whether he committed any violations during the hunt? The hunt ended when the bear was bayed. Up until that time, do you know of any violations that were committed during the hunt?
I don't.
Okay. Cliff says that he called that night to check on the bear's condition. Wood said it was up and moving around and he would release it. Do you have any reason to believe that is untrue?
I don't.
Cliff says it wasn't until 2 years after the pursuit, when he reviewed discovery materials in the court case, that he learned for the first time that there might be more to this story than he knew about, and that Wood may not have released the bear on the 21st, as he said he had, 2 days, but instead 2 days after Cliff left the camp. Cliff said he had no foreknowledge of this, and that Wood, he does not agree with what Wood did in holding the bear for 2 days. Do you have any reason to believe that that is untrue?
I have no knowledge of any of that. So,
in fact, Mr. Stubbs had nothing to do with anything that happened to the bear after he left the campsite. Isn't that true, Officer Jones?
I don't know what he knew or didn't know.
If he says he didn't know anything after that time, you have no reason to doubt it, do you?
I don't know.
Cliff says that during the time he was around the bear was incapacitated, and at no time could the bear move, let alone escape. Do you have any reason to believe that is untrue?
I have no reason to believe it to be untrue.
Cliff also said that his intent concerning his actions toward the bear were to save the bear, not to capture it or harm it in any way. And as far as he knows, the bear is alive today. Do you have any reason to believe that is untrue?
I don't.
Do you have, his letter to the board says that when you came to interview him, he told you all of this. And at the end of the interview, he asked you, what did I do wrong? And that your answer was, I honestly don't know. Do you have any reason to believe that is untrue?
I don't believe that's was our discussion, but at least that wasn't my intent by that. But
well,
we discussed that. I specifically told him that based on the things he told me, that I believed he had committed an aiding and assisting violation by collecting the bear illegally. So,
oh, didn't you at some point in that conversation tell Cliff, I honestly don't know what you did wrong?
No. What we did discuss on several occasions was that he asked me a lot of questions, and I explained to him that Investigator Kerstetter would know much more of those answers, whereas I don't know the area. I don't know how close they were to cabins. I don't know how close he was to roads. He was asking me a lot of questions about specifics on what he should have done, and I just told him, with my knowledge of the area, I didn't know the answers to those questions because I wasn't there. I don't know the area. And I had encouraged him to reach out to Investigator Kerstetter to try to get better answers on those questions.
Well, in his letter to the board, he says that you said, when he asked you, what did I do wrong? I honestly don't know. Now, is that a false statement on his part, or is that a true statement?
Or a misunderstanding of what was discussed? Because what I did tell him when we discussed what he had done wrong, I explained to him that based on his answers that I believed he had aided and assisted in the capture of that bear, and that it would be up to the prosecutor to determine whether a violation occurred or not, whether they were going to prosecute that violation or not. But
I'm not saying you didn't say that. I'm just saying, didn't you say that you didn't know what he had done wrong?
I don't remember ever making that statement,
but you could have.
I've reviewed my recording and I didn't hear it in the recording, but.
In his letter to the board, Cliff says that in his 20 some odd years of hunting, he's never been cited for breaking any law. And that ironically, if he had not tried to save this bear, that would still be the case. Do you have any reason to believe that's not true?
I don't.
Is there anything in his letter to the wildlife board that is false or untrue that you know of, based on what I've told you?
Based on what you've told me, it sounds like there's a little misunderstanding on my response to some of his questions, but other than that, everything sounds correct from what he told me in our interview. So,
Mr. Maynard, well, never mind. You don't, pardon me. Do you have any evidence that Mr. Stubbs placed the training of his dogs ahead of the bear's welfare? Mr. Jones?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking to Mr. Maynard. So.
No, I'm sorry. I meant to say Mr. Jones. Do you have any evidence that Mr. Stubbs placed the training of his dogs ahead of the bear's welfare?
We hadn't discussed that, so I don't know.
So do you have any such evidence or don't you?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that Cliff intended to cover up a violation?
I don't.
Do you have any evidence of any violation he was covering up?
No, I don't.
Is it a violation of the law to save a bear?
I guess it depends on what you do to save a bear.
So it could be a violation to conserve wildlife?
If you take that wildlife into captivity, then it would be a violation of the law, yes.
Even though the bear might have died otherwise?
Yes.
Do you have any evidence that Cliff intended to save the bear in order to avoid a violation?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one again?
Do you have any evidence that Cliff intended to save the bear in order to avoid a violation?
Only that he had told me that he knew that kicking it off the cliff would be illegal, and he felt that that was not the right way to do it. But as far as, I guess I'm not understanding what you're trying to ask me in the question.
Well, is it against the law to avoid the violation of throwing the bear off the cliff?
It's not.
Is it a violation to avoid harming a bear by letting it die?
Is it a violation?
Yeah.
To harm the bear?
By letting it die.
It's a violation to harm a bear, yes.
Does it harm a bear to let it die?
I guess I'm not understanding what you mean by harm a bear to let it die.
A bear dying is harmful to the bear, isn't it?
Well, and I guess let me restate it different. Are you asking me, is it illegal to allow a bear to die? Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking you, is it harmful to let a bear die? Is it harmful to the bear?
A bear dying would be harmful to it, yes.
Thank you. Isn't it the purpose of the law to try to conserve wildlife?
And regulate hunting. I mean, hunting is killing animals in many cases, so.
But one of the purposes of the laws and regulations governing protected wildlife is to conserve that wildlife, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Okay. And so I'm just going to ask you one more time, if the purpose of the law, one of the purposes of the law is to conserve wildlife, wouldn't conserving a wildlife be in support of that law?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand the question a little bit. Can you restate it for me?
If one of the purposes of wildlife laws and regulations is to conserve protected wildlife, then how could it be wrong to conserve protected wildlife?
If the take or the methods used are unlawful, then it's still unlawful, so.
Okay, at page 27 of the Black Bear guidebook, I want to read you something. It says on page 27, prohibited hunting methods. And it says that there are certain methods for hunting that are prohibited, okay? And it talks about it is unlawful to possess as a means of hunting a bear, as a method of hunting the bear, to possess, capture, kill, injure, drug, rope, trap, snare, or in any way harm or transport a bear. Did I read that properly, do you think?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And it says that another hunting method that is prohibited is to restrict or hinder a bear's ability to escape after it has been pursued, chased, treed, cornered, legally baited, or held at bay. Does that sound right?
It does, yes.
Is there any law or regulation that to say that you can't conserve a bear by transporting it?
Only the law you read.
But those are rules governing the hunting of a bear. This bear hunt was over when the bear was bayed, and that was the end of the hunt. Then it moved from hunting the bear to what to do with the bear that was immobile, unconscious, incapable of doing anything. And so I'm asking you, is there any rule against conserving a bear by transporting it to get water?
It's still illegal to possess it regardless of whether you've hunted the bear or captured it in any other manner. So,
well, I'm not talking about a hunting method. I'm talking about a conservation method.
Yeah.
Is there any law or rule that says you can't conserve the life of a bear by transporting it to water?
So, Utah Code 2320 and 3 talks about illegally possessing, capturing, injuring, or destroying an animal. And that applies whether they're hunting or we deal with the same thing with people who pick up fawns, unlawfully out in the woods. They're not hunting them, but yet they still illegally possess them.
Well, I'm asking you a question about the regulation that prohibits hunting methods and whether a conservation of a bear by taking it to water is a illegal method of conservation. And you haven't answered the question directly, but do you want to try one more time?
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is that there's no way to get that bear to water without unlawful possession of that bear, unless the bear wanders there on its own.
So in your mind, would it be better to let a bear die than try to save it by giving it water?
In my mind, a phone call probably should have been made, letting us know, hey, there's a situation up here. This bear really needs some help.
Is it a violation not to make that phone call?
It's not.
No. So is your answer that yes, it is worse to let the bear die than to try to revive it? Isn't that common sense?
I guess I'm not. Sorry, restate that one more time for me.
I'm asking you, is it worse to let the bear die than to try to revive it?
Is it better or
Yeah, is it better to let it die than revive it so it can live to be pursued another day? One way to look at it.
Under a legal standpoint, I guess it would be, because the minute he takes it into possession, he's violated Utah law. Now, ethically, I don't know. That's a different question, but.
I have no other questions.
Mr. Chair, this is Mike Bagley, counsel for the board. I have a question for Mr. Ward, just for purposes of the record. You referred to a bear manual, Mr. Ward, but I don't believe it was offered into evidence. I didn't hear an objection, and I think there's probably multiple versions, so we should have the date that bear guide was issued as well.
Yeah, I'm referring to the one that's on Mr. Maynard's exhibit list. Utah Black Bear Guidebook 2018. If you can pull it up, I can show you what I was reading from.
That's unnecessary. Thank you for clarifying that.
Should we just go ahead and submit that into evidence?
Sure.
Please.
That's all I have for all the questions I have for Officer Jones.
I have a few brief moments to rehab my witness.
When he says it, then say it's so omitted. Okay.
Mr. Maynard, what evidence is that?
Exhibit.
Oh, yes. That is Exhibit C, Division's Exhibit C.
So admitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Begley, am I good to proceed with rehabbing my witness?
Yes, Mr. Maynard, please proceed.
Thank you. Officer Jones, I just have a few brief questions for you. As a conservation officer, whose job is it to conserve wildlife and regulate hunting?
That's kind of, so as far as, sorry, you're talking about the hunting rules, the regulating of wildlife through laws and rules?
Correct.
It's the job of a conservation officer to enforce those laws as they relate to conserving wildlife.
And are you familiar with the division's definition of a take in 2313 and 1?
I am.
If you don't mind, I'll read you this definition. Subparagraph 48, a take means an attempt, or it means to hunt, pursue, harass, catch, capture, possess, angle, sign, trap, or kill protected wildlife. Is a bear protected wildlife?
It is, yes.
Are you allowed to possess, capture, or kill a bear under a pursuit permit?
You're not.
Did, in the audio recording of your interview that we just listened to, what did Mr. Stubbs say that he would do if the bear hadn't been on a road?
That he would have left it.
In your experience as a conservation officer, do you think that this is, what is your interpretation of that?
Just that he'd have pulled the dogs off and left the area, leaving the bear to recover on its own.
So why do you, in your opinion, why do you believe it matters that the bear is by a road? It's come up a lot.
I think for Mr. Stubbs, it was a concern that the bear could create problems for the homeowners or likely be seen by somebody if it did die there, would likely be seen by somebody driving by.
There was a line of questioning about whether there's a responsibility to conserve wildlife or revive a bear. Are there other ways to provide a bear water without putting it in a dog cage?
Yes.
Can you tell me some of those?
A lot of people are just putting a dish of water near the bear would have accomplished the same purpose.
And the act of putting a bear in a cage constitutes possession, capture, captivity, hindering of escape.
Well, I object to that. It's calling for a legal conclusion.
I'll ask a different way. Under 2320 and 3, are you familiar with that code section? I believe you referenced it earlier.
I did, yes.
Can you tell me, does that provision, does it apply to a hunt or does it pertain to protected wildlife generally?
Objection, I object that calls for a legal conclusion.
Mr. Jones, is your job to enforce those laws and regulations?
It is.
And
Who's talking to him?
are we here today about a pursuit or about a capture?
The capture was the violation.
Last couple questions for you. To your knowledge, did Mr. Stubbs volunteer this information prior to your conversation with him?
Did he volunteer it?
Yes. To your knowledge, before being confronted with a conservation officer, did Mr. Stubbs talk to the division about this?
No.
That's all.
I have a few questions. Isn't it everybody's responsibility, including hunters, to conserve protected wildlife, Mr. Jones?
It is.
And so if a hunter can do it, he should conserve protected wildlife when his purpose is not to take the animal. Isn't that true?
I would believe so.
And well, there might be other ways to revive a bear. Mr. Stubbs has stated that the reason the bear was put in the truck with the dog box was that with the dogs, there was no other room for it. Do you have any reason to believe that's not true?
I don't.
And while somebody could give water at the site, if, as in the case of Mr. Stubbs, the person had no water, they'd have to go take the bear somewhere to get it water. Isn't that true?
I don't know. I don't know the site that he was at.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Stubbs has said that he had no water at the site where the bear was bayed. Do you have any reason to disbelieve that statement?
I don't.
And that the only water he knew of to get was back at his campsite 15 minutes away. Do you have any reason to believe that was untrue?
As I stated, I don't know the area, so I don't have any belief that that is untrue.
And isn't it possible that Mr. Stubbs didn't come forward earlier with his description of what happened was that he didn't think he had done anything wrong? Isn't that a possibility?
I don't know what Mr. Stubbs knew or didn't know, but that's always a possibility.
Sure. Okay, you told me before that in answer to my question that you don't know of anything that Mr. Stubbs tried to hide. Is that still your answer?
I believe that to be true, yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Jones, thank you for your testimony today.
Mr. Maynard, call your next witness.
The division would like to call Officer Adam Wallerstein. Paige, would you mind swearing in Officer Wallerstein?
Officer,
I can hear you. Go ahead.
please raise your right hand and answer audibly. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, officer. Can you please give the board your full name, rank, and occupation?
Yeah, my name is Adam Curtis Wallerstein. I'm a conservation officer and have been so for about 6 years now.
And what region are you based out of?
I'm in the southeast region in the Grand County in northern San Juan County.
And does that include the Willow Basin area?
It does.
So what is your involvement with this matter?
My first involvement was when I was contacted by an investigator with Florida Fish and Wildlife, and that was on the 24th of 2018. I've also spent time going back through these videos with investigator Kerstetter, and did find the exact location of where the loading of the bear took place, as well as where the camp was of Wood and Stubbs.
And when exactly did you receive these videos from an officer in Florida?
It was December 24th. It was Christmas Eve, 2018.
And how did you receive these videos?
Via email.
And can you tell me a little bit about these videos?
Well, boy, there's a lot of them. I guess the ones that stick out were that these gentlemen did have a bear caught and had quite a few dogs on it and had a bear stretched out and the bear was subsequently captured and loaded. And held for a number of days. So pretty disturbing videos for sure.
And do you know how these videos were obtained?
Yeah, they were a product of a search warrant that was done on Bo Wood's telephone.
Do you know where these videos through the course of your investigation were taken?
I do. I in fact found the exact location of where they were taken.
And where was that?
It was in Willow Basin. It was hard to describe the area, but just a small area in Willow Basin. Yeah.
And who is in these videos?
You know, I didn't have that much of a part in identifying the characters in it, other than obviously Bo Wood was very easily identified by myself, but I wasn't with Investigator Kerstetter when he was identifying the suspects.
Through the course of this investigation, did you become aware of Mr. Stubbs' involvement? I
did, yes.
And how did you do that?
Mostly through conversations with Roger as we went through it, but and as well as listening to the interviews with Stubbs and Cody Jones.
Now, I would like to play, Mr. Chairman, a couple of these videos for the board, if that's okay. I'd like to play Division's Exhibit A.
Go ahead.
Stand by. Is that from the beginning?
Yes, please.
At no time is the bear stretched out.
Video.
Mr. Waller. Go ahead, Mr. Wrigley. Oh, sorry. Mr. Chairman.
How many dogs were there at that video?
Mr. Stubbs, I defer to your count. When I've counted the video, I believe I saw 9.
I wouldn't dispute that. I think that would probably be accurate.
Thank you.
Officer Wallerstein, is that the same or substantially the same video as you were sent from the Florida officer, 2018?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely other videos, and I'm not sure. I don't recall exactly which ones were which, but that bear eventually does get stretched out.
That's all right. So what do we call it where the dogs stand around a bear like that?
I'd call that caught, and that's time to pull off dogs.
Okay.
Yep.
Through the course of your work as a conservation officer, have you done a lot of work with bear pursuit?
I have.
Have you ever seen a bear respond that way?
You know, in person, no, I haven't. I've only heard of maybe another case up in Vernal involving a bear run to exhaustion like that.
How do hounds typically respond to, or how do bears typically respond to hounds?
Typically, they would be able to get, up a tree and defend themselves. That bear was incapable of defending itself.
Is it a houndsman's obligation to pull their dogs off?
Absolutely, yeah.
It is Mr. Stubbs' testimony that when he arrives to the bear, he pulls his dogs off. At what point, what should the houndsman have done at that point with the bear?
Well, I think once you've you stressed an animal to that point, the only logical decision is that everyone needs to leave that bear and get away from it. To think that you could make that bear better by further stressing it, by throwing it into a dog box is ludicrous.
Looking at the video, so is it common for dogs to tire out along with the bear during a pursuit?
It is.
In your opinion, from what you saw in the video, does the bear look tired?
The bear looks exhausted, yep.
Do those dogs look tired?
The dogs don't look as tired, no.
Does a pursuit permit allow for capture or kill of a bear?
It does not.
Did you receive any other videos aside from the two pursuit?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
There's probably 30 videos, but if I'm not, correct me if I'm mistaken, this bear ends up getting flipped over on its back and stretched out.
No.
Objection, Braxton, that's absolutely false. There's no evidence to support it. He's talking about a different instant, a different time, a different day, different dogs, different people. And I object to that reference in this context.
I'll ask a different way, Mr. Ward. Did you receive any other videos dating from May 19th?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you receive any evidence of a bear being captured?
I did. Yes, I'm sorry. There was a video of a bear being poked and prodded inside of a dog box. Yes.
Did you receive that video at the same time as all these other videos?
It would have been in that lump of videos. Like I said, there's a lot of videos. I don't believe I got through them for probably a week.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to play Division's Exhibit B.
Go ahead.
Please stand by. Starting at the beginning. Video concluded.
Officer Wallerstein, can you describe that video for me?
Yeah, that appears to be that bear inside of a dog box. I don't know who was poking it or what was happening there specifically.
So through the course of your investigation, were you able to determine that these videos were related?
We were. It'd be hard for me to answer specifically on that. Like I said, this was.
I object to his testimony there.
Like I said, this was handled primarily through Investigator Kerstetter.
Right. Are the limitations and allowances for a bear pursuit permit widely available to permit holders?
It is in, yeah, the regulations, the bear regulation book is certainly available to people, and I would think most anyone that's hunted before would know and how to access those materials.
We discussed this exhibit a little bit previously, and I want to read another portion from the same page. It's page 27 of the 2018 Black Bear Guidebook. In addition to saying a prohibited method is unlawful for any person to possess, capture, kill, injure, drug, rope, trap, snare, or in any way harm or transport a bear, there's a second bullet point that also specifies that it is unlawful to restrict or hinder a bear's ability to escape after it has been pursued, chased, treed, cornered, or legally baited or held at bay. Based on the two videos that we've watched, is it your opinion that that bear was pursued?
Was it pursued as part of this? It started with being pursued. Yep.
Pardon me, I'd like to object that that's a pretty leading question. And this officer's already said he has very limited, if any, knowledge of what happened on the actual day of these events on May 19th. And so I just don't think he's competent to opine about those things.
I'll rephrase the question, but I think as a conservation officer, he is able to provide an opinion based on the videos he's seen and the letter that Mr. Stubbs provided, where he admits that these events are related.
Not if he hasn't read the letter.
Mr. Begley?
One moment, I'm talking to the board chair, conferring with a client.
Overruled, we want to hear the testimony.
Officer Wallerstein, would you like me to re-ask the question?
I think I remember your question. The bear, the situation started with a pursuit, but I think once the bear was caught and it wasn't allowed, no dogs were pulled. I think that was problem number one. I think problem number two was when that bear was loaded into a cage where it was not free to leave. It was locked into the cage. So I'd say that there was two problems there.
Thank you, Officer Wallerstein. One last question. Mr. Stubbs testified that he has 22 years of pursuit experience. Between the widely distributed publications from the division and this experience, would you consider Mr. Stubbs knowledgeable?
I would certainly expect that he is.
Thank you. That's all.
Yeah, Mr. Wallerstein, this 2-minute video of the bayed bear at about 8:30 a.m. on the 19th of May in 2018, that doesn't show Mr. Stubbs being there, does it?
Not to my knowledge.
You don't know whether he was there or not, do you?
Only that he admitted to Cody. That's all I knew of it.
And 2 minutes, 2 minutes of a bear being bayed, which was followed immediately by pulling the dogs off, leashing them, and putting them in the truck, would not be unusual, would it?
Yeah, I didn't see when the dogs were called off. I never did see that.
Right.
when the video's quit.
Well, it seems that if Mr. Stubbs were to tell you that he pulled the dogs off immediately after the footage which you've seen, the events which you saw in the videos, that would not be unusual, would it?
I mean, I would say I think dogs should have been pulled immediately when that animal was found and it couldn't even move its back legs. I'd say it was overdue. I'd say 2 minutes was 2 minutes too long.
That's under your version of an ideal situation, is it?
Yeah, that's how I would interpret the law. That's how I would deal with it if I came across that and watched them do that in the field.
Well, what law is broken by two minutes worth of dogs yapping at a bear?
I mean, that's an ethical question primarily, but it's very legal once you've prevented the animal from escaping. So
how much time do you have?
How much time does he have to get the dogs off? Does he have 2.5 minutes? Does he have a minute and a half? Does he have?
Right, that's a gray one. Yep.
Let me ask the question, sir. I'll ask the question. You can answer the question.
Yep.
Is 1 minute too long?
In this situation, the way that bear was, yeah.
And it takes minutes. How many minutes does it take to pull off the dogs?
I mean, what I'd like to see is effort, and I didn't see any effort, and that's all I'm saying.
But you don't even know if Mr. Stubbs was there. How can you?
Only by his admission to Cody Jones that he was there.
I wasn't there the whole time.
You don't know if he was there during the time the videos were taken. You've already told us that. So how can you try to blame him for not pulling the dogs off?
Well, you're asking me how long that you can hold a bear while it's dragging its back legs. I'm telling you that was 2 minutes was too long. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm telling you.
All right. You're not telling me that you think Cliff Stubbs was there, and are you?
I'm not saying that. Cliff Stubbs has told Cody Jones what he's told Cody Jones, but I'm not saying anything.
Yeah. And is 15 seconds too long to wait to pull the bears off?
I guess what I'll say is one more time, and I'll try to be as clear as I can be about it. But if I were to come over a hill and find my dogs around a bear that's dragging its back legs and it can't stand up, if I'm not making immediate actions, then there's a problem there. Does that help?
No, not really, because so you're not telling me what immediate action is.
I mean,
is 15 seconds too long?
I would want to see somebody moving immediately.
If Mr. Stubbs came on the scene immediately after that video was taken and started pulling the dogs off, that's all you could expect Mr. Stubbs to do, isn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. I didn't see any dogs biting the bear, did you? I didn't see any.
I did, yes.
I didn't see any biting the bear.
They are biting it, yep.
And that bear was not stretched out, was it? You're referring to some other bear, some other time, aren't you?
I'm I don't know which one it is, but there is a bear that gets flipped over on its back and stretched
I'm
out.
going to go ahead and object here. It's not an issue that was a different video.
Well, that's what I want to prove. He's suggesting it's the same bear.
Mr. Ward, the videos that we've played are the only videos that are relevant in this hearing.
No, he shouldn't be testifying about other videos. That's what he's doing. That's all I'm objecting to. So I'm just objecting that he's referring to another video that's not part of evidence here.
That's absolutely not an issue. I agree.
Yeah, okay. And you don't know whose voice said, "Hey, get out of that tree," do you, Mr. Wallington?
I do actually. That's Bowood's voice. I know Bo's voice very well.
Okay. It's not Cliff's voice, right?
No.
And Mr. Stubbs said he had no knowledge of what the bear's condition was before it was bayed. Do you have any reason to believe that's untrue?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And if he acted to pull the bears off as soon as he got there, that would be responsible conduct, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir, it would.
Now, did you really mean to say that it's ludicrous for a hunter to try to save a bear's life?
I did, in the manner that he's saying it.
Yes or no answer there.
I'm sorry?
Just a yes or no answer. Mr. Stubbs was not present when the other two 5-second videos were taken. Isn't that true on the at 4:30 PM on the 19th.
Are you asking me if Stubbs was with the video where the bear's in the box?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay. And if he said he wasn't there, if he was long gone by 4.5 hours, you wouldn't have any reason to think that was untrue, would you?
No.
I think that's all I have.
I just have one additional question.
Go ahead.
Officer Wallerstein, how many seconds is it appropriate to have a bear in a dog cage?
0.
Thank you.
You don't have any reason to believe that Cliff Stubbs was responsible for the bears being in the dog cage, do you?
I absolutely do.
You don't have any reason to believe that he knew that the bear was up and around walking in the dog cage, do you? While he was present?
Repeat that question, would you?
Do you have any reason to believe that Cliff Stubbs was present or around the bear when it was walking, or when it was moving its head in the dog cage?
I don't have any way to tell you one way or the other.
Okay, and Mr. Stubbs.
No video of when as it was being loaded.
Right. Mr. Stubbs, if Mr. Stubbs says I wasn't there, if he says I was long gone, I've been gone for 4.5 hours by that time, you wouldn't have any reason to disbelieve what he said, would you?
What did he say?
That he was not there. He'd been gone for 4.5 hours.
What are you asking me about?
Do you have any reason to believe that Mr. Stubbs was not truthful when he said he was not there when those 2 5-second videos were taken?
Oh.
He'd been gone for 4.5 hours.
As I said, I wouldn't believe it one way or the other. I don't know. Would you have any reason to doubt to believe Mr. Stubbs was not telling the truth if he said that he and Mr. Wood agreed before Mr. Stubbs left the scene that Mr. Wood would release the bear as soon as it got up and going around? No, I couldn't speak to their conversation.
And you wouldn't say that Mr. Stubbs was not telling the truth, would you, if he said that if the bear was not released when it got up and going around, it would have been a direct violation of the agreement he had with Mr. Wood?
I don't know anything of their agreement.
Okay, no further questions.
Just a matter of housekeeping, I move to admit exhibits A and B into evidence.
No objection.
So admit.
The division rests. Thank you for your time, Officer Wallerstein.
Yes, thank you.
Please excuse, ask the question if you want.
Got a couple of questions before you're excused. Adam?
Yes, sir, Mr. Bateman.
Did you question Mr. Stubbs if he was monitoring his dogs with a GPS unit before he arrived at the scene?
No, sir, I didn't. I never did interview Stubbs. That would have been Cody Jones.
Mr. Chair, based on the testimony of Mr. Stubbs and the recording that is in evidence now, there's never been a discussion about GPS.
Thank you. The division rests. Mr. Ward, you proceed with your opening.
Thank you, Chairman Bateman, and thank you, members of the board, and may it please counsel. Mr. Stubbs appreciates your willingness to hear his case. It would be much better if you could see and hear him face to face. It's just easier to assess a person's credibility and judge his character and his heart when you can hear him and observe his demeanor firsthand. That's not possible, but So after 10 months, Cliff thought it was time to go ahead and finish the administrative appeal process. So thank you for making room on your agenda today. I believe the most important thing for the board to hear today is from the only source of firsthand knowledge that exists, and that's to hear Mr. Stubbs' own testimony, not what Mr. Wallerstein said or what Mr. Jones said, who are not there, do not know what happened. And so I'll leave him to cover that without much comment from me, but I encourage you to ask him any questions you have along the way, speaking to members of the board. Cliff is completely open about this. The division would never even have learned about his participation in this if he hadn't voluntarily told them. And he would have told them sooner if he thought he'd done anything wrong. He willingly cooperated with their investigation and openly shared the whole story with Officer Jones. Ordinarily, at least in my experience in prosecuting offenses, that usually yields some benefit to the accused. But here, Mr. Stubbs has received not 1 ounce of goodwill or benefit for his complete cooperation and forthrightness, as Mr. Jones attested to. Before Cliff testifies, I'd like to comment briefly on a few things. First, as our hearing brief points out, this is a case of first impression. We don't want a case like it anywhere at any time. Amazing as it may seem, the division wants to use wildlife conservation laws to punish Cliff for conserving wildlife, namely this adult female black bear. We asked the board to examine the facts and see whether this serious irony shouldn't be corrected. Second, the crux of this case is Cliff's intent. The key question you're being asked to answer is this: is it more probable than not that Cliff intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly captured a bear, or is it more probable than not that he intended to rescue and save the bear? As Cliff testifies, we think you'll see that it's the latter. It might help for you to ask not only what was Cliff's intent, but also what was Cliff's motive. We believe the facts will show that his motive was twofold. One, he had a humane interest in preserving the bear. And two, naturally, he did not want a dead bear on his hands. There's nothing illegal or inappropriate in wanting to keep a bear from dying, that I know of anyway. Surely that was a greater good than letting the bear die. Third, this is a de novo hearing, which means this is a new trial that takes place without regard to anything that happened in court, in the court case, or in the administrative hearing that was held earlier. It is as if nothing before this has happened at all. It's as if the board were the first body to hear this matter and is now hearing it for the first time. That doesn't mean there wasn't a misdemeanor plea in the criminal case, in the court case. There was. But that does not establish Mr. Stubbs' intent in this matter. In fact, no, and the reason is that's a legislative requirement that the board or the division can't even proceed with the case unless there's already been a guilty plea in a court case. So that certainly did happen. But no facts regarding Cliff's intent were ever even presented to the court. So you're being asked to decide what his intent was based solely on the facts presented to you today. That's what a de novo hearing is. Fourth, you will learn that after the bear was bayed, the hunt was over. We tried to make that point through cross-examination. Because of the condition of the bear, which Cliff did not realize until he saw the bayed bear, and he and his associate had a discussion after the hunt ended, after the bear had been bayed. And that's where this went from being a hunt to deciding what to do with the bear after the hunt. And the decision was made to try to conserve the life of the bear. So they loaded an unconscious, unresponsive, and immobile bear into a pickup truck to take it to water. As Cliff will tell you, It was Cliff's intent to revive and then release it. The bear was placed in a dog box on the truck because there was no other place to put it. Fifth, you will learn that to capture a bear means to restrict or hinder its ability to escape. Those are the words used in the Black Bear Guidebook. That is, it means to hinder an animal that would have the ability to escape if you didn't hinder it from escaping. You will learn that once Cliff returned to the bear after leashing the dogs, which he did immediately upon arriving at the scene, the bear was unresponsive and immobile and looked like it was going to die. He found a bear that had no ability to go anywhere, let alone escape, no matter what he did or didn't do. By definition and by common sense, an animal that hasn't got the ability to escape can't be hindered from escaping. It's just common sense. Cliff will tell you that when he and his dogs left later that day to attend responsibilities at home, the bear was still in the same condition, immobile, seemingly unconscious, and that he had no involvement with anything that happened after he left. So when he left at noon, the bear was in about the same condition as it was when they found it, when the dogs had been leashed and pulled off the bear and put in the truck. And that he left with the bear in that condition about noon, and that 4.5 hours later, a video was made that showed the bear moving its head in the box, something he had not seen when he was around the bear. And we believe the facts will show that Cliff's intent was not to capture the bear, but to save it from dying. So I'd like to invite Cliff to make a statement to the board, and then I'll have some questions to follow. Mr. Stubbs, or Ms. Weirin, would you please swear Mr. Stubbs?
Mr. Stubbs,
Yes.
please raise your right hand and answer audibly. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this manner shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, I really appreciate all of you guys' time. I'm sorry that I extended the length of this meeting by having difficulties with the technology part of this hearing. So I furnished a statement that I had written. I just would like to read that briefly. And then if there's any questions that anybody has, I would definitely be open to trying to clear that up. Is that okay?
We've already read the statement, heard the statement. I don't think that we need to go back through it again. Just proceed.
All right. So if you guys are familiar with my statement, I guess really I would just, that's what I have to say about my involvement. I really think there's two different parts to this whole case or process. And my part was one distinct part, and the other part was considerably different. But are there any questions that anybody would like to ask me?
Are there any questions from the board members for Mr. Stubbs? Seeing none.
So it doesn't sound like there are any questions for me.
Mr. Stubbs, I got one for, I'd like to ask if I could. I'm sorry I couldn't get my mic off. But I guess the concern was it was by a road. There could be hikers, possibly cabins in the vicinity were, was a concern to the public. How far would it have been to go to one of the cabins to get water to help revive the bear on site? Was it further than your camp?
No, it wasn't farther than my camp. You know, at that time of year, not all of the cabins are occupied. I'm not in that particular area. I wasn't familiar with the cabin owners. Honestly, that didn't come to mind.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a question as well.
Go ahead, Wade.
Sorry, I didn't realize my video was on. So the video that we watched of the dogs walking around the bear still seemed to have his head up and be moving a little bit. But in your statement, it sounded like there was a point when the bear wasn't moving at all, which would make more sense. That bear that I saw in the video is not a bear that I would try to load into a truck. Can you describe the difference from the bear we saw in the video to the bear that was loaded in the truck? At some point, I'm assuming the bear did quit moving.
Yes. So for those videos the compilation of videos, I think there was 2 minutes. I was not present for the whole period of time. I came up on the scene, I would say quite close to the end. And I would, you know, why the videos quit is we were gathering dogs. We were getting the dogs and putting them up. I was there long enough to see that, like Officer Wallerstein, sorry if I didn't get that right, but like he said, like you could see that it wasn't exactly right. By the time the dogs were leashed up and taken from its presence, instead of like turning to walk away, it just laid down. Like when there was no agitation or stimulation, whatever you might call that, it just laid down. And after a few minutes, that didn't change, and that's when the discussion to remove it from that exact area took place.
Did the bear move at all when you loaded it into the truck?
No.
Did the bear move at all when you got it back to the camp?
No.
Did the bear move at all by the time you left at noon?
No. And, you know, we keep referring to my departure from camp being noon. That the actual time is probably not accurate. It was within 45 minutes of returning to camp. It was long enough to pack my stuff and leave. So it could conceivably have been 10:45 or 11 o'clock or, you know, even earlier possibly. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, it did me. And I guess, yeah, that was the biggest difference I'm seeing is that bear on the video versus a bear that could be loaded into a truck. Clearly, the behavior of the bear changed significantly from the time that video was shot is I guess what I'm asking and what I'm assuming and what you've pretty much answered. So yeah, thanks.
Wade, are you good with that answer? Or you have more questions,
Yeah,
Wade?
no, I totally am. It looked like Brett had a question there as well.
Yep, I was going to go to Brett next. Brett?
I just wondered, Mr. Stubbs, if there had been any dogs added to the pack during the course of the chase. You know, it was alluded to that the dogs looked fresh and the bear did not. I just curious, was there dogs added during the chase?
So yes, during the chase, the bear kept circling in an area. It was kind of between some roads where it was possibly a mile across or whatever, and it kept coming out across the road. It was running like loops and figure eights to where it was outrunning the dogs badly. And some of the back dogs were picked up and tried to get in the race. And, you know, I mean, that happened some. But the fact is some of the dogs that actually were the ones that were there when it came to bay, were so far behind in the chase that they hadn't made the full, the full run or whatever.
I was just curious, that's all.
What would you say that, did you know or have any information or knowledge about the condition of the bear up until the time you saw it bayed? How would you describe its condition?
So if everyone could hear Mr. Ward's question, like how would I describe the condition of the bear up until the point that it became bayed? I thought that it outran us. I thought that it was very good and going to get away. Like it was, the pace was still very fast. So up until I laid my eyes upon that bear, just minutes before that, I thought that the bear was great and it was going to be fine. I mean, nothing, like it was covering country very good. It wasn't until I got there that I was able to assess the situation because I'd never seen it.
In your experience, had you ever seen a bayed bear in that condition at the end of a pursuit?
No, I had not. I've never chased a bear to the point that it was flailing and weak in the back end like that. That's never been something that I've been a part of.
Would you say that the length of this pursuit was short or long or about average? What would you say?
So in time wise, I would say it was probably average, but in speed and distance, like it was way above average in speed, and so therefore probably in miles per hour it was above average.
Brett, did you have any more questions?
No, sir.
Mr. Stubbs, did you monitor the whole race do you have a handheld GPS that you monitor your dogs with?
I did.
So you know where they're at all times when they start to bay, and from the time they started baying, how long did it take you to get there?
So my dogs were actually not some of the first ones there. So the dogs that I was monitoring, I don't think beat me there by, I mean, I guess would be a minute, 30 seconds to a minute. It would be something close to that.
And then how long did it take for you to arrive on the scene with the dogs?
Like I say, I would anticipate my dogs probably got to the bayed up bear within a minute ahead of me, not more than that, because I was tracking them.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Stubbs, how did you find out that Mr. Wood may not have kept his word to release the bear when he said he would?
Well, when I became aware that the bear possibly was kept for another couple of days is actually when the court case was brought against me. And when I went through the discovery packet, that is the first that I became aware of the events of the 21st.
How long after the pursuit did you examine those discovery materials?
So I don't understand exactly.
How long was it between the pursuit and the time you found out that Mr. Wood?
So it was almost 2 years between the time of the pursuit and when I was made aware of the other videos. It was almost 2 years.
So you didn't know about this information when Officer Jones interviewed you?
No, I wasn't aware of it at the time that Officer Jones interviewed me.
Mr. Stubbs, excuse me. Who took the videos?
Bo Wood.
Those are his videos?
Yeah. As far as I'm aware, yes. Like I say, those videos are from the discovery packet against me. I didn't take any of those videos. I'm pretty sure that they all came from Bo Wood's phone.
Thank you. Wade, do you have a question?
I maybe we've moved past this, but I was just curious. Mr. Stubbs said that the amount of time on the percent average, I was just wondering if there was, how many hours was that?
So my recollection had served me that I thought it was over 2 hours, possibly 2.5, but I'm fairly certain when the pursuit started, and that was about 7 o'clock. And then those videos, apparently due to the timestamp, they were taken at 8:30. So therefore that pursuit would have lasted an hour and a half.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Mr. Stubbs.
So I don't really have anything else to add, I guess. I apologize for being in this situation, really. This is not a place that I ever really wanted to be. And like in my letter, I would like to point out the fact that I have had hunting licenses and pursuit licenses for well over 20 years. And I've never been an enemy of the division. Like I've never been cited for anything. I've never had any run-ins, so, and I don't want, I should get my hunting rights back. I want to be a good sportsman. Like I would like to participate and help grow the sport of bear and cougar hunting as well as the others, like a good conservationist. I do support about any good charity or whatever that comes along, and like I believe in a good cause. So I do this for entertainment, enjoyment. I've never hunted for money, not even to harvest. For the chases that I've been on, I've harvested very, very few animals because that isn't what it's about. I do realize there's a management issue, but I would just like to have the opportunity to be able to resume in having the opportunity to participate in that sport.
What, if anything, would you do differently if something like this happened again?
So Mr. Ward asked, what would I do different if something like this happened again? Absolutely. Calling the division right away. That would be it. I can see the benefit that would have came from doing that in this situation. And I would definitely do that if ever faced in a situation like this again.
Did you put the training of your dogs ahead of the welfare of the bear?
No, I did not put the training of my dogs ahead of the welfare of the bear, because when I got there to where my dogs were and saw what was going on, I pulled my dogs away as well as the others.
Mr. Ward, this is Carl Hurst. Can I ask your client a question?
Yes, please.
If I'm as I'm listening here, your defense is that you tried to save this bear. I'd love to hear, and we've heard it's close to a road. We've heard it had water and Gatorade. Can you give me a little bit? I mean, how close to a road? How did you guys get it to the truck? I mean, how did you give it water? What did you do to, I mean, your defense is that you were trying to save this bear. Tell me a little bit more about that.
So I would say, and I would even defer to Officer Wallerstein, but I would say it's possibly 30 feet from the road, very close, maybe 20 feet. It was very, very close. And
wow, yes, that is, I didn't expect that answer. Okay.
Yeah, it was very, very close. And what I participated in reviving the bear was I actually doused some water on it and put some water in a pan in the dog box. And like I say, I was not there very much longer after that. I did check right before I left, and the bear hadn't really changed. The one thing that I did notice between when the bear was loaded in the dog box and when I left is it was really labored breathing when it was loaded. when I left, it was breathing quite normal and quite easy. But yes, it was real close to the road, and I doused it with water and gave it a drink.
Well,
Which I'm sure that it probably didn't drink that water, would be my guess, for several hours, you know, because I wouldn't think it would have moved.
What other concerns did you have besides the fact that the bear was by a road when you were trying to decide what to do?
Well, a few of the things that came to my mind is, so obviously if some people were walking from their cabins or whatever, and they just came up on it, you know, I don't know, that could be a bad situation. But in the interest of the bear could have, you know, stood up and possibly went 100 yards or 50 yards, whatever, and got in the brush, possibly out of sight. That time of year, there's a lot of hunters in that area, and they would have no way of knowing that there would be a very good possibility that a fresh pack of hound dogs could have been turned on that bear 15 minutes after we left, and that would have been much different than the dogs in the videos being the bear that had actually ran some distance. So as a way of, there was a consideration for that happening as well.
I got a question, Mr. Stubbs. This is Kevin Albrecht. So from the video that we've seen, you stated that you were not there during that time. When you did get there, what was the difference between the bear's behavior that we see in the video, where, I mean, it is labored, its back end's not working, but that is much different, as Wade had mentioned, to being unresponsive. Can you describe what it was like when you arrived on scene?
So I would say that the last of those videos, I probably did arrive on scene at, I'm guessing, the last parts of those videos. And so that would have been the condition when I arrived. Obviously it wasn't great, but it wasn't something that I thought was just going to lay down. And, you know, at that point it looked like if you took the dogs away from it, it would catch its breath and it would walk away and it would be fine. Once the dogs were taken away, instead of doing that, it actually, it progressively just laid down, and that was that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question?
Go ahead, Wade.
So, Mr. Stubbs, I mean, really the heart of the matter here is you're asking for leniency on this revocation, this suspension, because you felt like you were doing the right thing. Like you felt like leaving that bear to die would be worse than packing the bear up and taking it and trying to save it. And I guess the intent really is, I know you're not a veterinarian and you've already suggested you've never seen that happen before, but to me, I mean, did you really think that bear was going to die?
So to me, I really didn't think that it was going to die, in the fact that there wouldn't have been, you know, injury inflicted, like there wasn't an injury sustained that would cause cause it to die. The things that I've been involved with that have heat stroked or overdone it, like I guess I have seen possibly an animal die from heat stroke, but more often than not, they just need a recovery period, and then they do recover.
Okay, thanks.
Any more questions from the board?
I have a
Brett,
comment.
go ahead.
Okay, so I've never had bears, but I've had dogs, and I've had dogs exhaust themselves until they did die. And I did ask the vet what I should have done for those dogs, and he told me I should have doused them with water. So I did that. The next time I had a dog get in trouble, I scooped the dog up and I went to the creek and I put her in the water. And she was staggering. Her back end was disabled. She was dragging herself by the front end. And I saved that dog because I took her to the creek and I doused her with water and I got her a drink. And I let a bunch of sheep go to save the dog. If the case was to save the bear, if that's what we were doing, and it sounds to me like that's what we were doing, then Mr. Stubbs did exactly what I would have done if I was going to save my dog. So anyway, just food for thought.
Any more questions from the board? Seeing none, we'll go back to Mr. Maynard.
Mr. Stubbs, I just have a few short questions for you. I don't want to keep you here longer than we've already been here. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to ask a couple of yes or no questions. So you testified that you did talk to your hunt party, your group, and debate what to do with the bear.
Yes.
And after talking about it, you all collectively moved the bear into the truck.
Bo and I did.
In all your years of pursuit, has your permit ever given you the permission to take a matter like that into your own hand as far as protected wildlife goes?
Something like that has never came up. Is nothing that I've ever even heard of.
It's something I've been wondering, but how does this situation change if the bear is 500 yards in the woods?
The main things that would change is the possibility of another group of hounds getting released directly on top of it, and the people walking down the road. Those would be the two. I think it would have a much better chance of being left alone and having a chance to recuperate. To me, that's the main difference.
That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Ward?
I think that's all we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No further witnesses, Mr. Ward, or?
That's right. No, we rest. Thank you.
Thank Who's first? We'll go to closing arguments. Mr. Maynard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the division has shown you through these videos from Mr. Stubbs' hunt party that the bear was pursued to a point where it became exhausted, that it was put into a box and it was driven to camp. And that's not contested. While Mr. Stubbs was not at camp when the video was taken, the division sees this video as a direct result of the actions that they thought about and executed. He claims not to have captured the bear because he's trying to save it, and that doesn't meet the intent of what we have to prove, and that's not the law. And I want to start with the wildlife code. In 2320 and 4, it says it's unlawful to capture, injure, or destroy protected wildlife. And 2320 and 3 says a person cannot hold in captivity at any time any live protected wildlife. And as we're familiar, the regulations in R657 33-9 also say that unless there's an open season or prescribed methods for hunting, it's unlawful to pursue, possess, capture, kill, injure, drug, snare, or any way harm or transport a bear. And the fact of the matter is the bear is labeled as protected wildlife. It's not a pet, and it's not your farm animal. It is a protected wildlife under the jurisdiction of the Division of Wildlife Resources. The next question we have is did the respondent intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly capture, possess, or hinder this bear that we're talking about and transport it? And you heard in his own words that they contemplated what to do. They decided on what action to take, and they picked the bear up and they put it in a truck. That is acting with intention. To think about an action and then to take the steps to effectuate that action is intention. There is no further mental state needed when it comes to a knowing, intentional, or reckless crime. And at no point did Mr. Stubbs call a division. It seems the motivation here is to end this issue as quickly as possible and get the headache over with. And you heard a testimony with Officer Jones that if Mr. Stubbs, if they had been 500 yards into the woods, the bear would have been left. There's less of an issue of hikers and bikers and cabins and people being around to see this bear or to affect this bear. But that doesn't change the fact that you can't put a bear in a box, and it doesn't matter whether it's in the woods or by a road. There are laws and rules specifically prohibiting the placing of protected wildlife in confinement. And those rules are published widely every year in the Division of Wildlife Resources guidebooks. And it's heavily encouraged that permit holders review those guidebooks for changes in the law and to refresh on what they are and are not allowed to do, particularly under a pursuit permit. To pursue a bear to collapse and then place it into a box cannot be what this sport is. It is our job to uphold the legal and ethical bounds of the sport to make sure that it proceeds, that we can continue to do it. So the division asked the Wildlife Board enter suspension for 3 years for both bear and cougar permits. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hesitate to rehash anything that's been fully presented already. I just like to note that the failure of Mr. Wood to release this bear when he said he would is not Mr. Stubbs' fault. It's not something he anticipated or wanted. And the fact is, Mr. Stubbs could not possibly have had any reason to capture or hold a bear in captivity under any common sense definition. He was not capturing a bear for the circus. He was not capturing a bear as a pet. He was not, he had no reason to capture or hold a bear in captivity except the one he gives, which is to save the bear. And leaving a dead bear would seem to me to be a bigger headache, to use Mr. Maynard's language, than leaving a live bear to be released into the wild. I mean, I just don't get that. And we just have to ask ourselves, it's not just a matter of semantics or a legal nicety to ask the question, can a bear that's incapable and has no ability to escape be prevented from escaping? If that bear came to and was kept in captivity, that would be different. That would be Mr. Wood's responsibility. That might be a problem. But throughout the time Mr. Stubbs was around, that bear lacked the ability to escape and therefore could not be hindered from escaping. And if it had been left alone, if it had been left anywhere else, the same thing would be true. Nothing would have happened for some period of time anyway. And in the meantime, some accident might have occurred if a passerby came onto the scene, a hiker, a biker, a walker, or if dogs came onto the scene, fresh dogs, and went after the bear. This would have been really ugly. So I think we just don't believe that there's any real evidence of the kind of intent required, intentional, knowing, or reckless behavior to hold a bear in captivity. I don't believe that's what Mr. Stubbs' intent was, and I think it's clear from what he said. And so we would urge the board to vacate the hearing officer's decision. And or if the board decides not to do that, we encourage the board to consider sort of commuting Mr. Stubbs' sentence, that is, shortening his suspension to the time served, which is now around 10 months. And a matter of fact, he was so made so anxious about the matter after the interview with Mr. Jones that he had no idea, no plan, or took no action to do any hunting activity from and after January of 2019. And so in effect, he's been curtailed from any hunting activity since then, which is 2 years. So thank you very much for your attention. The questions you've asked show a genuine interest in knowing what happened and being fair about it. And we greatly appreciate that. If I have in any way caused any aggravation because of my behavior as an attorney, I apologize and ask you not to hold that against Cliff. I love Cliff as a brother. I'm representing him at pro bono. And so I just urge that he be given a consideration for that's warranted for someone in his condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ward and Mr. Stubbs. Wildlife Board, do you have any other questions? If not, the board will retire to executive session with its legal counsel to consider the evidence and the law. The board will then return with its decision. Tell the board members to use that link. All the board members got the link to go to have that.
Mr. Chairman, would we stay on the line, so to speak, in the meantime?
Yes, if you would, Mr. Ward.
Thank you.
We'll get back, I'll let you know. The board is ready to reconvene. The board has completed their deliberations. This time I'd like to call for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, this is Carl. I'd like to make a motion.
Do I have a second?
Oh, let me make it.
Okay.
I make the motion that Mr. Stubbs knowingly violated Wildlife Code sections 23-20-4 and 23-13-4, and further motion that this board affirm the hearing officer's order regarding Mr. Stubbs' license privileges to take and pursue bear and cougar.
This is Kevin Albrecht. I would second that motion.
Thank you, Kevin. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Staci, do you want to do a roll call vote?
Chairman, did you want me to call for the roll?
Yes.
Randy Durst.
Microphone.
Randy?
Sorry about that. Yes.
Johnny Hunter.
No.
Wade Heaton.
No.
Brett Selman.
No.
Kevin Albrecht.
Yes.
Carl Hurst.
Yes.
Byron Bateman.
Yes.
Chairman, the motion passes 4 in favor, 3 opposed.
Thank you, Staci. Mr. Bigley, will you prepare the order?
Yes, I will.
At this time, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chairman, I would so make the motion to adjourn.
Do I have
I'll
a second to
second
the motion?
I'll second that,
Thanks,
Mr. Chairman.
It's been a motion and seconded. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all for attending.
Thank you all for your time this afternoon.
Everybody.
Thank you.